9:09 a.m. I'd like to announce that this meeting is being recorded. May I have a roll call?
Dr. Aguilar.
Here.
Coughlin.
Here.
Grant.
Here.
Freeman.
Here.
Craig.
Here.
Dashwood.
Here.
Schultz.
Here.
Before we begin, we'd like to acknowledge the Chumash people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Chumash elders, past, present, and future, who call this place, Anascoyo, the land that Isla Vista sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue the tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Chumash community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Now I'm going to move on to the public comment period. Is there any public comment at this time? See no public comment, so I'll move on to our discussion and action items. Item 3.1, roundtable on the current state of the district.
Okay, so for this item, we don't have to spend much time on it, but you've received a lot of the information already. And this is really, like I mentioned over email, we used to do all these different sections as different items in the retreat, but we condensed it today just to have a quick snapshot before we go into the bigger discussions. I'll start with it's just a couple different points I want to give overview of, and then please ask questions and have discussion on them, which is, where is my Zoom? I minimized my Zoom and I lost it. In terms of our financial state for this fiscal year, we're looking to break even this year. In terms of our planned expenses and our projected revenue, we'll have positive $188. This is essentially zero. It might become negative, but we are planned to break even at the end of this year. So we're having a little less revenue, less expenditure, but more or less revenue than less expenditure, essentially.
More or less?
More or less, yeah. No, because we got the March tax collections in now. So it's different than what the finance committee saw, because at finance committee, we were up 20,000, but the revenue came in 20,000 less than expected for the month of March. So we're break even. So we're doing the spending freeze, or not a spending freeze, but like a spending slowdown on like an intentional one for the staff. So I think that'll help slow down the expenditures even more than what's projected here. And that should keep us positive for the end of the year. That's the goal, is to stay positive. But we are, for this fiscal year, not projecting a surplus at the end like we usually do. Any questions on this? I know our finance committee went in detail on this topic, but
Can you explain to me just an example possibly of the spending slowdown or what that looks like?
we're just going to scrutinize every expense like twice as hard, and anything that's not absolutely necessary, even if it's budgeted for, we're not going to expend. But like things like the parking town hall, we're going to go as planned to make that happen, because that's a big goal and once in a ever thing we're doing. But other things, like if it's equipment that's nice to have but not necessary to do our operations, we won't buy that, even if we had it budgeted for it.
That makes sense to me.
So that's pretty much it on this. Next, I just wanted to give an update on our space use. Very quick, the changes here from last year is that our back room in the office is now a storage area for all of our different equipment that we have. The Survivor Resource Center has moved upstairs to the Suite 202A, which is a small space upstairs, and that's preferred by both us and STESA. Suite 202B is like we planned at last year's retreat, or we said we would do, is now like a staff workspace. We now control and run the conference room upstairs as well, that IVCSD used to manage. And we now have our garage, which was a topic of last year's retreat, the problems with storage and everything. So we rent it for $600 a month. It just got bought, like not even a few days ago to a week ago by a new owner. They're switching property managers. They want to keep this tenants as far as I'm concerned, what they've told me, but it does have a new owner. We still have a vacant suite upstairs. We're not renting it though. It's 22,000 rent. So it's an opportunity for somebody else to come in, but it's probably not something we can afford ourselves to rent at this point.
Is that something that we advertise for a rent, or who
We
advertises?
haven't,
No.
we could
Oh.
advertise it and
Yeah.
we could try to get it rented out, but the money would go to the
Oh,
county. Yeah,
That's a great incentive.
yeah. And they seem to be doing fine without the rent. So, because I think, I'm pretty sure they make a profit already off of the current rents that are being paid in compared to how much effort they put in on the daily operations. Separate from like the capital investments they're making, which come from other funds, not general funds. One just issue we're still having is having a better cohesive Wi-Fi network for the whole building and connecting the two. But the community center has its own dedicated Wi-Fi now. Upstairs just doesn't have great Wi-Fi.
I have a question with that.
Yeah.
There are a number of little nodes. Were they all stolen?
They're still there.
Okay.
Yeah.
But like ones like those are the counties.
Yeah, but like there used to be
The
one in
one-
here.
yeah.
And there used to be one upstairs, and there used to be one in that hallway. And then I got tons more, but it suddenly occurred to me as I went frantically through the building to cannibalize a component to fix the thing that wasn't broken,
Yeah.
that I didn't see any of them anymore.
I don't know where the one in here is actually.
It's in the door.
In
Yeah.
on the door, yeah.
Okay,
They're in there.
okay.
So it wasn't, I think, working as perfectly as we needed it to, so that we went to more hardwired.
Okay.
But I think it's something we need to work on. But that's our space right now. Our status quo on the space, obviously, community center, community room still going full steam ahead. And then ongoing projects, the big ones are mobility plan, parking study, our negotiations for these buildings, IV Safe, which I wouldn't maybe count anymore as a project since it's had its startup year now. Library services were an active, it's going to become bigger of a project the further we go. And these are projects that are outside of the programs. Like all the programs obviously have many more projects that are going on. These are the ones like that the board and I are working on coming up at our board meetings. Our festivals have, I think, now become less of a project and more of an ongoing operation too. So that's also a good thing.
I just want to
Yeah.
make one comment about the ongoing project of alternatives to armed policing response.
Yeah.
Is that the County Behavioral Wellness Department is implementing the mobile crisis benefit, which will have a clinician or two clinicians respond to people in crisis, but the rollout of how they communicate it and communicating when you should call 911 and when you should call the crisis team is something that they're working on, and it's something that would be, I think, a good idea for us to just be aware of and help promote through our channels once they've got more clear communications.
That's good to know. And we didn't get to talk about it at IV Safe last time because Deltopia and Cliff Safety ballooned in discussion. So it will be at the next IV Safe.
That's great. And like a presenter will be there as well.
I think we're just having an initial discussion, but now that we have more time, maybe we could get a presenter. So, yeah. Now it'll have, since there won't be Deltopia on the agenda, we can maybe get it a longer period of time for the August idea. But yeah, those are the three. And then I attached all the program annual reports, which I thought, you all have already seen these, but if you wanted to reference them again, we're not going to present them obviously today. And the last thing is the current staff work chart, just so you can see what our current human resources are. So these are all the contractors and jobs and interns that we have currently at the district. So hard to see on the big screen. Let me zoom in more. So there's myself, Sabal, and Carrie at this level in the management area. We have community engagement with Sydney. She's helping run the housing mediation program. Sayer is our mediator, but he's retiring. Fiona, our project manager, right here. We've got Maya, who runs community spaces, 2 interns, and Leslie, who's the project manager, helping with reservations. Carly, Compass Collective, marketing coordinator, a project manager, and several dirt riders. Jenna, who has a coordinator as well for ID Beautiful. And then the programs that I work with directly are public safety, parking, and we don't really do community planning right now, but it's there. Dixon, our safety stations, and our investigator. So that's our current staff structure. I realize, yes.
I remember this has come up before that Ivy Beautiful leans on community engagement for marketing, but I guess I did not understand. So Compost Collective does not because they have their own person.
No, so
Okay.
we have to, I think we need to use the word marketing really precisely. So like all the programs use community engagement for outreach, but marketing in this context is for sales. Like specifically getting, like talking to stores, talking to customers, getting the compost sold. So like that marketing, the really
Okay.
technical.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So yeah, Jillian doesn't work on like promoting the compost collective or outreach to the community. That's our current stuff. I think that was our 10 minutes, but if you guys have any more questions on our current state of things, I wanted this to be a shorter part of it.
What's the total number of employees?
Total number of employees, it's around, it fluctuates, but it's around 33. That's with the interns, part-time positions, temporary employees. And so that's the full-time staff, the part-time, full and part-time permanent staff. And here, let me just, so we have myself, Sydney, Maya, Jenna, Carly, Richard, and Fiona who are full-time. Leslie and Isabel are part-time. And then we have around 7 or 8 people in Ivy Beautiful, and I think 8 to 10 in the Compost Collective, 2 interns in community spaces, so that adds up to.
Sorry, just quick
Yeah.
question on the last part of that.
Yeah.
How many are in the IVB crew and how many are dirt riders?
Jenna, how many
There's
exactly?
7
We have
right
7
now.
right now.
7?
Well, no, 7 total. So 6 in the crew, and then I have Kate.
There's a quarter.
Yeah.
We have budget for more, but that's just who we have today.
And compost, how many dirt riders are there?
I think it's 8 right now, but Carly's on her way.
Okay.
And we're spending the budget like 100% on point for compost dirt riders. Ivy Beautiful, we're underspending the worker budget. Like Compost Collective is like % of the year elapsed, % of the budget elapsed. Almost.
I think there are 11 interns for compost,
Okay.
including the market.
Okay, so 10 dirt riders. Yeah, 8 to 10.
And Isabel made a good point. 7 crew, but 1 is abroad. So usually there's
not
someone
working.
who's not working every quarter for whatever reason.
Anything else on our current state of things? That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any public comment on this update? All right, I see no public comment. So I will move on to item 3.2, roundtable on the 24-25 budget.
Okay. So I will give a brief description of the budget challenges, but like I put in the staff report for this, I'll give the overview, which is we just are going to have less revenue next year. that's the main point of it. This is the first year that that's happened. If you go into like the revenue history, you'll see that the revenue has grown consistently every year, at least 8 to 17%. But this year we're down from the previous year 2.5%. It's a very huge swing. It's unprecedented. Really. So we have to deal with that, and it does represent. It shows us 30,000 here. It's really like 70,000 because what we budgeted for, we'll find out when the sewage collections come in, because those technically went up this year, and that's why there's a bigger drop maybe. We'll see how the sewage collections come in. They've usually been projected at 100,000 this year. The numbers said it'll be 120, so it could be different, but it's a fluctuating number, but we know that it's down. That is true. We're also we've exhausted our fund balance at the UCSD contribution, which we had built up over many years, and then we were using it all at once this fiscal year. So we're gonna maintain a close amount to that, but we're not gonna have that extra amount. We also aren't gonna have some planned other revenues like the compost collection fee. Well, there's another agenda item that's gonna talk about that issue, but until we figure that piece out, that's on pause. Other things have happened, like the sales haven't panned out, the sponsorships for the festivals haven't panned out quite as much as we wanted them to last year. So we're not going to project higher numbers this year. We're going to project less. So it's a variety of things that add up. Also, one-time things aren't happening, so the budget is going to look smaller, but also the expenses are going to be less on some things naturally. So we're going to have, like I put in here, $150,000 less. After all this considered, it's $150,000 less in real reductions. And we're also drawing less from our fund balance. Last time we budgeted for $330,000 to use from fund balance, again on one-time things like the parking study. That's going to be done. But the sum of the less expenses and the less revenues is like $150,000 in actual cuts we have to make. And that's already considering that we might spend $100,000 from our fund balance to keep the budget more solid, to not make an additional $100,000 in cuts. So and I also mentioned here that we're not dealing with safety stations, investigator, move out, or festival budgets, because those are going to be in our negotiations with IVCSD for funding for the future. So that might change based on how those negotiations go. But right now, we're going to sequester those out of the discussion until we can figure that out. So the discussion topics, and this is really, again, supposed to be like more of a philosophical discussion. It could get some specifics, but we want to hear your all's values, like the budget values that you want to take into consideration when we make spending reductions. Anything you want to prioritize, programs, services wise, line items, even like prioritize salaries over equipment, that kind of thing. Prioritize this program over that program. Your approach to staff salaries and COLA and merit. So we calculated that giving the staff a 5% merit raise, which is what our policy says that they could earn every year, would cost $26,000. A 4% cost of living increase, which is the max it could be, is about $20,000. We could have different amounts for these. So the board could say, well, we can only afford 2% this year. Let's go for that. But that's how much those two items cost at the top level. You could say do it for the permanent staff, not the temporary. We're going to talk more about raising revenue, but you can give us direction on how much you want us to prioritize revenue generation in other areas. This is a more wonky one, but it's like, do you want us to try to utilize some sort of metrics system? We don't have to figure it out today, but is that the kind of approach you want us to use to determine like where money goes and where it doesn't go? And then how much are you comfortable in using our fund balance to cover the deficit this year? I don't want to call it a deficit, the less revenue. How much do you want to use fund balance to cover it? This year, we plan to end our undesignated fund balance is gonna end in 420,000 in June. We still have 1.5 million in other fund balance, but our undesignated with no purpose is 420. If we used 100,000, we'd get down to around 335, which doesn't add up, but it's a complicated math reason why it doesn't add up. Because of how it changes the committed numbers. Anyway, I looked at this for a long time. It's confusing, but it's only $15,000 difference, but we could use 100,000 this year, or we could use more. You all might tell me, go use 200 and make less cuts or no cuts. So these are the top level questions: is how much are you comfortable using fund balance? How much do you want us to pursue revenue? What values you want us to use to approach the budget? How do we want to handle staff salaries? And what programs or services or spending areas do you want us to prioritize? And so I think I can take some questions, but I was just hoping to have more discussion and direction today.
Yes, Dr. Freeman.
The 5% merit increases, that's like a possibility from where they started to a cap, or is it like a yearly 5% opportunity for merit increases?
Yeah, so the way our policy is written for this is you have a starting range. Everybody, the salaries are non-negotiable. So if you start at 100,000, that's your starting range. You're entitled to 5%, or I don't want to say entitled, but you have possibilities for 5% merit increases.
Okay, so there's a limited number of them.
Once it maxes out, you get a one-time bonus, which is different than ongoing costs. To me, that's how we set it up 2 years ago. Is that you can still get, you go from 100. Let's say you max out at 100, you're then entitled to $5,000, but it's not, your salary doesn't become 105,000 at that point. So the COLA then changes, right? Because,
yeah. I was just checking on my memory. That wasn't like every year you have an opportunity to get a 5% merit
It's not
increase.
unlimited,
It's okay. All right.
it's max. And we have some employees who are maxing out now, and some who are still going up.
Just to be clear, where it has the percentage and then the 26 and 20,000.
Yeah.
Those are for that's like a total number across employees, or is that a per employee?
That's total for all permanent employees, so not the interns and their writers.
Got it. Okay.
Who we pay $17 an hour right now.
Is that the starting step, or
That's the starting step. Yeah, but again, it's like it could be funded or not funded to expand it. But I think it's actually 1763. But yeah, we don't have to fund. That's what our policy says, is the board gets to decide how much to fund increases or not.
Can you put the
Oh, the prompts.
Yeah.
I'll make them bold or something. See. Maybe we want to go one at a time, like budget values. What are your all's values in the budget? As we go through this, it's going to be now through August, so there's a long process, but we don't want to get ahead of the board at the finance committee and staff level.
The other things are not, but I guess I'm having a lack of creativity right now and feeling like I have so as far as but it's just like if I'm like trying to say like I like this thing or this thing, and then it's like, well, I just totally forgot that this other thing here exists, because we do a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
we do a lot of stuff.
I'll give a quick.
So,
I'll give an overview.
okay.
It's all our staff salaries are not funded by the UCSD contribution, and that's obviously a good decision because those are ongoing costs. We don't want to just have an external reason why we have to then lose staff.
You don't have to
funding.
justify
No,
each
no,
of
no,
the, okay, right.
it's just, I'm just giving my take. So we have our staff salaries, all of them, interns and permanent staff. Ivy Beautiful, community spaces, compost collective, community engagement. All of those are not funded by UCSB. My salary, of course, all the operational costs, administrative costs, all our equipment costs not funded by UCSB. I mean, I would say pretty much everything.
Well, no, that's
Yeah.
the issue is like,
Yeah.
rental housing mediation.
Rent-
UCSB
Rental
listers?
housing mediation is in an interesting spot. It's
Okay.
being funded by a fund balance that we have from having gotten a UCSB contribution for it in 2018. We just don't spend that much on it. So we got like 28,000 in 2018. We're still spending that now.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
I'm mostly,
because He was charging $50 an hour. Yeah.
He was charging less and we've never hired an intern to work on it and it hasn't generated a lot of use. So it's all free.
my question in some sense is like, if again, like if I'm being asked to say like, what do I value more than other things? I don't remember all the things.
Yeah.
So I'm like going through, okay, what are our powers? Okay, so it's like rental housing
Mhm.
mediation, clearly the parking studies and things that,
Yeah.
okay.
Graffiti abatement, community, I mean, and values doesn't have to be even specific to the programs. It could just be,
Okay.
well, don't cut any salaries and cut all the one-time equipment costs. Like that could be a budget value, you know? Or you could say, well, don't cut any direct services to constituents, but administrative costs, you can slim down on those. Those are different kinds of
Okay.
budget values as well that we could take into account.
I guess I'll say it's at some level, like a strict prioritization of some of these things is very difficult because
Yeah.
at some level you could imagine a situation where we don't have any equipment and we've got a lot of people who aren't incapable of doing anything because they don't have equipment. And so at some point we run into a situation, it's like a minimum amount of equipment that we need in order to be able to operate things.
For sure. Like the
Yeah.
bikes need to have maintenance.
Yeah, and at that point, then it starts becoming also, it's like you can have a lot of equipment, but you have people to operate equipment and nothing happens. And so that's why I start to think in terms of like, if we might have inside of programs, some kind of imbalance or potentially like some kind of like growth in an area that we had thought would work out that hasn't so far, but otherwise it starts to turn into like, I'm starting to have I keep feeling like I'm having to try to prioritize programs in some sense.
And that's fair.
And I will say, I mean, I think community spaces is really important, I guess, because that's something that is like, was when we were founding this district, it was also, I think, one of the things that was like the 30-year long, like, we need this. Some of the needs were things that were like a few years people were really demanding as it suddenly came up. But like the community spaces one also is something that just it feels more uniquely our problem. Some of these things are things, even the things like, I mean, some of the things that I would almost consider like my pet things. It's like, but those aren't the thing that the government needs to exist to have a building that is right here to actually have a person who's sitting here managing it. So
And that's good direction.
Yeah.
Thank you. And like I said, yeah, our finance committee has a lot of work to get into the weeds of like balancing the specifics. So that's the kind of, I think, direction.
Yeah. I'm hoping, for what it's worth, that that parking is something that we've spent money on and that soon we will either spend a lot less money on or we will be like making money on or something related to parking. And so I'm hoping that parking isn't something that we're needing to juggle too much. It's another one of these things that's like existed for forever. But I also think that, for what it's worth, if I were to like suddenly drop something that was, if parking were costing something, I guess I know everyone here hates the parking situation, but I just honestly don't think we can solve it. And so, and I think that we're being set up as a scapegoat by all of the other organizations in the area in order to be able to blame us when we fail to solve it. And so I would drop that one. But
Well, also, I mean, so currently we don't have an ongoing parking cost.
yeah,
We
but
have
if there
one-
were a cost on that, that's why. But
Yeah, it
I'm
would
pretty
be-
certain we've already spent the money, and we're either gonna like be making money on it or not. So okay, but yeah.
Sorry. On here you say grants. What is the theoretical potential of any grants we could get?
It's really unclear. We haven't worked on it much. Yeah, I know Maya's looked into some grant opportunities and there are things like AS, like committees who have money for Isla Vista activities that we've gotten in the past, but it's not a reliable source. It could be maybe grants could be for like one-time specific ideas we have, but I don't think we're gonna be in the business of getting $200,000 grants right now, and it's also a lot of work to manage them that we don't have. Like, we do have one grant, we have the mobility plan, that's a grant, $180,000. It's a ton of work, but it's also an add-on, it's not a core function too, and it's also 4 years old now, but we are, though, uniquely qualified for grants. That's like the tough balance we have here. We don't have dedicated staff or expertise to do grants, but we also are a good candidate for grants. And so that's like the tough situation. But if you guys want us to invest in that, we could put budget for a grant writer, spend money to make money sort of concept, but we have to start that up.
So in terms of thinking about values, I think when I think about the district and kind of the trajectory of growth, I think it makes sense to be focusing on things that are forward facing to the community. So that's community engagement, it's the spaces, it's programming that directly benefits the community. So I think of that. And then I also think about the values, and I think about the 8 things that we're supposed to be focusing on. And so I think when you think about making administrative cuts and that kind of thing, it can be a little bit destabilizing to employees, to staff, when they're getting undercut and can't do the things that they need to do for their job. So you have to kind of be selective in terms of making sure that they can continue to do their mission and not have like little miscellaneous cuts here and there that make it more difficult. That can be very destabilizing and demoralizing. So you could have a really well-employed, funded employee, but then they don't have the tools to do their job. So it's such a balancing act. But when I think about the district and I think about big funding, I'm probably the only one on the board, but I'm just not a big fan of the Compost Collective. And when I look at the district going forward and I look at the priorities and I think about the ongoing, what's going to be involved for going forward with parking and what that's going to look like, to me, the Compost Collective and the growth of it feels more like a luxury than a necessity when I think about core functions of the district. So I know that's not a popular viewpoint, but when I think about ways of making cuts, I think the growth of the Compost Collective and how much we're spending from the budget does not, it's taking more than I think that it's bringing back. And I think that money, some of that money could go toward more front-facing programs. So that's kind of by front-facing, I mean thinking about doing something like a SNAP program or the parking or some other things that I think are just a little bit more core mission of the district.
I want to add one thing on the parking, since both of you brought that up as like an expense. So there's 2 parts to the parking piece. One is the startup costs, which is like the signs for the street, for example, and getting equipment and all that. And then the other part is the ongoing operations. The vision or the plan would be that hopefully after a startup period, the program would become one of the self-sufficient ones, like 100%. Like you price the tickets in a way where it would pay for itself. We're obviously not there yet to know what that will cost. And right now, parking is 0 in next week's budget. So, because we don't know anything yet. We won't know until later. But yeah, I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, and to me, that's a wee bit scary because we know that parking, to ramp that up, there's going to be a cost associated with this, tremendous costs.
And I'll add is in the county settlement discussion,
Yeah.
I think one of the things we're going to ask for, and that's something we concurred with IVRPD on, is that parking startup costs would be a priority for that 3.7 million.
Mm-hmm. And yet there's going to be ongoing costs. Like that's a one-time, but there's going to be ongoing costs to the district.
But the ongoing should be covered by the tickets. That's
Oh,
the
I see what you're
idea. That's
saying.
the
Yeah,
idea.
yeah, I know, but that's what we heard about the compost collective too, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm
No,
just
no,
saying.
I understand that. I don't disagree, but I'm saying like parking programs in general. Like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah,
a standard practice for all governments, and that's what our Dixon
Yeah.
team is gonna be proposing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
no, I mean, I hear,
But
I know,
hear you
because,
too, yeah.
because our transportation parking services, that's similar to them, you know, they have to, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I actually would agree with Kirsten on, in terms of like the budget and really keeping those front facing programs. I think that the community center is one of the best things that we do for the community. I think Ivy Beautiful is doing fantastic work, and I think community engagement is especially important because we have so much student turnover, and I want to make sure that like our programs continue to be as impactful as they can be in the community. I know that in looking at the budget, like Compost Collective is the one that received the least amount of costs, but like I was on the ad hoc committee, and I will say it is like a little bit disheartening to see like how little progress we've seen in means of like sales compared to like what we were expected. So I would like to see like compost kind of like if we're going to continue, like I don't know, I agree it is a little bit more of a luxury, and I'd like to see like if it is going to continue that we have some revenue sources from it as well that can kind of balance it out in the budget, so we're not just like sticking money into it.
I agree with everything Olivia just said.
What about me? Did you agree with me?
You
It's
said,
okay, it's okay.
you said a lot more things. I agree with
She
everything
was
Olivia
very
just said.
succinct. I like that.
So something one thing that you said that I want to like, actually agree with, I want to underscore is that, so you said that it's standard practice for governments to kind of pay for parking with tickets.
Yeah.
And I know right now, isn't there some massive thing going on with downtown Santa Barbara where they've been losing millions of dollars a year on parking? They're going to try to increase revenue by charging more and putting in different kinds of bringing in external. It's like whether they were just
They don't
done
do
before.
it. They don't enforce.
They don't
That's
do-
their
that's for
problem.
their-
Yeah, but can we say it's standard practice if they haven't been, like if they've just been willing to operate at a loss? Like
I mean, if your point is that staff costs are high and it's hard to recruit people, yeah,
well, but
because that's my
and
understanding.
that, and well, but that's, is it gonna be easier for us? Like
Yeah,
it's
no,
just,
that's fair point.
yeah, it's not, yeah, so.
It's a good point. I mean, what I've heard from our Dixon team is that we wouldn't hire the staff in-house, which I think is what the city of Santa Barbara does. And then we would contract a company whose like whole contract is they charge us only what the ticket revenue comes. I mean, it's a TBD for sure. We're not anywhere close to getting to a conclusion on this yet, but this is just what I know from the Dixon team. And it would be a contractor with a fixed cost, and those kinds of things. That's maybe different in the city.
So there's something that the idea of this being a scary unknown that is currently budgeted at zero, when we're currently operating in a position where we have all of these programs, where when we're looking at our budget, we're trying to make spending cuts to be asked what we're valued, and there are things that we're deeply like committed to, and yet at the same time, and have already sunk a lot of costs into, but are now like, but we don't know how much it's going to cost in the future, and it's budgeted at zero. It's like the thing that you had said, where that's kind of a scary position. I find that a really scary position. It's something where it's like we're operating in a position where it feels like we're doing all the things and we have zero money left, and with zero money left, in order to decide what expansions we're going to do, because all of these things are things that we think might cost more, at least temporarily, even if it comes to some kind of equilibrium later where it starts to pay for itself. And so
what I'll respond to that though is like, it's at zero because it's an unknown. I can't
Yeah.
put 100,000
Yeah.
and just throw that in, and then you're making cuts everywhere else because it's a big 100,000. And we do have an undesignated fund balance. At the last board meeting, it was discussed that part of the use of the fund balance would be to help start up the parking programs, what I heard from the board. So I think it's an unknown, and we need to let the parking study play out a little bit more before we can even make an intelligent decision there. So that's why it's at zero, because we don't have information to go off of yet.
the problem I'm running into is that if we have a number of unknown costs and we're currently budgeting them at zero, and we have no money that's free, we're trying to make cuts to things. It's like, well, I just don't understand. how to prioritize things, it just starts to feel like, for all I know, we're gonna end up having to cut half the government that we have in order to be able to make it, because we have so many unknowns that they might end up adding up to, yeah.
Is Dixon's recommendations gonna come with a dollar figure?
When do we get that?
In the summer or September.
Do we even have to implement them right away? Like if we
We
got
don't.
them right away and we are like, oh, this is not realistic for the district right now, we're not going to be able to do this, like, could we not just like put that off another fiscal year to implement the parking?
We could, and we can do small scale too, like we can say just downtown ID
Mhm.
and then grow from there. And I mean, we do have $1.8 million in reserve. That, again, part of it is committed to certain things, but some of those certain things could be, there's capital costs related to this project.
Mhm.
You could use the capital reserve that we built over 7 years. I mean, that's what the board had talked about 7 years ago, was like,
Mhm.
there's a reason we're building this reserve, is to be able to do the big things that we couldn't do when we were little. So I think, but again, there's too many unknowns, and yeah, I think it's doing it when we want to, and when it's right for us. But
Can we, as a part of the budget, we can designate fund balance, right?
for sure.
So then maybe a good thing to come out of this is that we start contributing to the parking designated fund
Mhm.
balance
It's a
fund.
good idea.
Oh,
That just, so to make sure that there's something on paper, because what I hear from you is just that you want to see a number on paper. And it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the final number, but showing that we are making progress to whatever those startup costs are.
Yeah. And we've done that before. We've done it.
And maybe, because you talked about taking 100,000 this year to balance this, or to get out.
Ongoing costs, yeah.
And maybe you don't do that. Maybe that goes more to the parking. I don't know. I think, the district has really sold the concept of this parking to the
Yeah.
community and to UCSB and the county. And I think it would really hurt the district to not move forward in some way. It doesn't have to be big, but I think making some progress, that's gonna build a lot of goodwill and send messages about the efficacy of the district, really.
I'll just give a quick review of the fund balance situation, which is at the end of June, we'll have almost $2 million in fund balance. $1.5 million is for current committed costs, which is strategic reserves, capital reserves, structures and equipment reserve, and then 420,000 of no purpose. I hate to say no purpose, but it really is just like extra funds.
Mhm,
So that's where the 100,000 would come out of, is the
mhm.
100 of 420. You'd still end up with 330 at the end of that. But I see what you're saying. Maybe we just save the 420. But we don't know what the startup cost is yet. And we
Right.
also have another source that we could ask for that
Right.
startup cost, which is the settlement funds.
Right.
I do think the county will be interested in using those money for that, and
Yeah.
IVRP is concurring with us on that, so it could be a united front. That's the startup cost might be way beyond this $400,000, I would say, and it's a balance between our current ongoing costs and an unknown startup costs.
Yeah.
But I do agree with the putting a designation. You could even say, out of this 420, 100 for the ongoing, and then 200 for parking, like split it, like don't make it undesignated anymore. Move it into the committed section as a parking allocation. So you could split up that 420 within itself.
How much of, what is our reserve policy what's the percentage that the finance committee has agreed to?
It's a complicated.
Oh, it's not like 3% or,
It is like that,
Yeah.
but it's like 5 different
7?
percentages.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's like, and it's a waterfall method, so you have to fund them in order. And this is the order you fund them in: short term, then capital maintenance, then self-insurance, then capital, then long term. They're all fully funded, so we don't have to fund them anymore.
okay.
But first you do 3 months of revenue into short term,
Mhm.
then you do like 3% of expenditures and structures, then you do 5% of income into insurance, then you do another percent capital outlay, and then long-term strategic is an additional 3 months of revenue. So it's a complicated, each one is its own calculation, and it's a waterfall, so you have to fund them one at a time.
And is
And-
this money invested? Okay, sorry.
Unfortunately, it's invested with the county and doesn't get a great return. It only makes 30,000 a year on 1.5 million. And that's a whole other decision to divest from the county and go to our own system. And we started off in the county because it was easy.
Yeah.
And we were, no staff, no money.
Yeah.
But other districts aren't with the county and they do make more money off their fund balance.
Interesting. So that's something the finance committee is gonna be thinking about.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, but once we do it,
Yeah,
you could probably get like off $2 million, you could probably get almost 100,000 a year. We're getting 30.
wow.
And I just want to point out that there have been years and years where we haven't fully funded all of our reserves.
Yeah.
And we are at a different place as an organization, but I don't remember us sitting there being like, the sky is falling.
Yeah.
So like I think I appreciate that you show that chart just because it gives us perspective. And like I really want to punctuate what you said about the fact that it is a percentage of the budget. So you can see that, in 2022, 23, when we had big increases in revenue, even if that revenue is coming from grants,
Mhm.
that also requires us to put more tax money away.
If we have 400,000 less in revenue, how does it, I haven't done those numbers
So you
yet.
could pull some of that out, actually.
Yeah, and you can assign it. You don't have to like completely pull it out, but you could put, so we have this area, we call it VCSB assigned fund balance. It doesn't actually need to be called that. It can just be called assigned fund balance. That's what it says in the financial system. Our flavor text is VCSB, but you can put a parking, these are all per program balances, safety stations, graffiti, because it was just the money that was coming in from VCSB, but things have changed now. And we can say that this balance is for all programs to have their own fund balance if we wanted that. And then parking could be in there.
It's amazing how much more I understand the budget when it's not 6 o'clock at night.
We'll get together.
It's so
on that.
great.
Have we in recent years received feedback or done any serious collection of feedback from Isla Vistans about programs they prefer, programs?
Every year we do a budget survey.
Okay.
And this year, our budget survey, we actually discussed this in the finance committee. It's going to be super targeted on only 5 questions and very all about what are your top priorities.
And have we seen like an obvious trend of, favoritism from the public?
I can't give it off the top of my head right now. I know that they really care about the trash in the streets. That is always stands out to me how much people talk about it in the budget surveys. So that's what I think does.
When you do the survey, do you say, we are IVCSD and these are our mission and this is what we do, so that they're
Yes.
cued to think, oh, that's who does that? Oh, I like that.
So
Okay,
we-
so you do make that nexus.
Well, we're changing it this year
Yeah.
and we will still have some element of that, but the way it's been done the last 7 years is there's 2 halves. One is a more general section where
Mhm.
people can share their safety concerns, their general wants and needs. The other section is per program, like we do the safety stations. Have you used this before? How
Got
can
it.
this improve?
Got it.
We do the investigator. Have you used this before? How can this improve?
Mhm,
So
mhm.
that's how we've done it before, but we're not gonna do it this year because we felt like, why ask
Mhm,
on these, like what you want to add when we're not adding? So it's almost deceptive.
mhm.
So let's ask about prioritizing what
Got
we're
it.
adding.
Cool.
I have another question. So I'm trying to think, so from like my work life examples at UCSB Library, it's a heavily used resource and the most specific resource is the physical space. But we aren't necessarily getting compliments and survey data that from users that say like, thank goodness the building is 8 stories tall and yada yada. But if that were to change, we were to reduce service in that capacity in some way, people would notice immediately. And so I'm wondering if there are things from staff, not just you, anyone who wants to share. Services that don't get highlighted from the public, but the like operations folks who make things work know that this would be the most obvious, user experience change for them. It would be like point blank, like things would be different.
I think when they can't reserve the community center reliably and get their code, right? I don't know. We get a lot of requests. People don't know, they get confused or they lock themselves out on the weekend and then they call us to let them in. So, yeah. I would say, I don't know, you guys can bring it.
I have a couple of thoughts. I think that's a really great point. And for me, the first thing that comes to mind is definitely like Ivy Beautiful. Like not a lot of people know that there's people out there doing the graffiti abatement and the trash pickup, but if they stopped, people might notice. I think that's a really important thing. And also on your comment about asking people like what services they prefer, like you just touched on after that, I feel like when you ask people, it's very different than what like the general feel is. So, like as the community engagement project manager who's like out there dealing with the public a lot, I found that most people, even though they aren't aware of IVCSD's existence, a lot of people know about the Compost Collective. I don't know why that is. Maybe because it was under Surfrider or because like we go to them. So in terms of like favoritism or at least like popularity, that's definitely a popular one. And then the community center, I think as well, maybe just because like the physical building, like when I explain it to people, I go, oh, the big blue building, and they go, oh yeah, I do know that. So those are just my thoughts, my general thoughts about what you said. I think IVB is definitely like something that people would notice if it stopped, even though they might not know that it's happening. And then in terms of like public favoritism, from speaking with the community a lot, I've noticed the Compost Collective and spaces. Oh, and people love the parking study. Like I've done a lot of.
Oh my God, nobody loves studies.
Yeah, I've done a lot like for asking people to take surveys and going door to door. Like when I mention things, I notice like visceral reactions when I say, oh, do you care about parking? People are like, yes, I'll talk to you. But when we were doing the mobility plan, I was like, do you care about sustainable transportation? People are like, and same with like Compost Collective. If I say like, oh, do you care about the earth? Do you want to compost your food scraps? You're like, oh my gosh, yes, that's so cool that you guys do that. But if I say like, do you care about picking up trash? Yeah, people don't necessarily show as much engagement or interest. So I think like what Marco said, when you ask people, it's very different than what the like general feel is. So that's just all interesting things, I think.
Yeah.
That's very helpful for me to hear.
I also will add, when we did the parking study, so many people were talking about what Jenna does with her program. So I feel like with the long-term residents, I think they notice a lot more of like the impact of Ivy Beautiful. And like, I mean, Jenna gets long emails from long-term residents, either thanking her or letting her know something that she doesn't. So I feel like that's another thing. Like, I think the younger demographic probably doesn't notice, but I do know that the long-term residents do.
I do agree. I think that this program has made it possible to win over some residents. I hated everything about the CSC before. So yeah, I find a lot of value in the work that my team does.
Yeah.
I also think that even if people aren't aware of Ivy Beautiful, if it went away, they would very quickly become aware and probably quite upset.
Yeah, you're doing a good job cleaning. No one knows.
I think especially, I mean, move out last year went so differently from the previous years. Hopefully it'll be the same, if not better this year. But say the new generation only knows how move out went last year and then that disappears. I mean, there would be a very stark contrast.
Yeah. And I will say, like, noticing, like, especially after Deltopia and everything, usually walking down DP, like, genuinely makes me sad because there's so much trash everywhere. But, like, I went and did the cleanup and we were, like, not finding very much. Like, the other volunteers, like, it takes a village, but it was fantastic out there after
a lot of people came out, a lot. And then my team was able to clean up glass for 2 days after, which is something IVRPD doesn't do, even though they do the post Deltopia cleanup every year. So was glad to partner. I feel like even with just our name on it, the fact that we're able to share it makes the turnout even better. And then, like I said, we take care of the glass. So that's big too.
Oh, and another program that I think isn't necessarily like popular, but is very like crucial is our like interpersonal violence investigation program, and also just like not even just the services that they provide, but like the connection to all the rest of like the UCSB programs that support survivors as well. You know, it's something that like isn't necessarily super popular, but is obviously very, very crucial and important. And I think we have a couple other services like that as well. Yeah, those are important to keep in mind as well.
Is that one that we're going to be able to get funded by UCSD?
We're hoping to,
Okay.
I mean, because it's one,
If all goes
yeah, it goes out of one pocket and into another. That's the strategy. Yeah, because the investigator is now $210,000 a year, and it used to be 150. I mean, as you can see in the budget, there isn't 210,000 unless you eliminate a program, another program. I think this is good direction, unless you guys have more to say.
So, and we're gonna continue some of this conversation throughout the whole budget process.
Finance committee will be deep in it. We'll report back. There'll be a preliminary budget in June and then a final budget in August.
And we still have that newer survey coming to the public as well.
It hasn't launched.
Yeah, just speaking from a finance committee perspective, this was helpful. It was good to hear the feedback.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Now move on to the next agenda item. We have 3.3 roundtable on community spaces rental fees.
Okay, so one of the things that came up with finance committee as well was that there could be an opportunity to start generating revenue from the community spaces through rental fees. The idea of the estimate then was 10,000. It's actually more than that. The more we look into it, but before we go into proposing or designing any sort of system, we wanted to do a workshop with you guys. So I'll turn you over to Maya, who's going to run you through a worksheet she's going to pass out, and an exercise where we help gauge your interest on this concept at all. And because we know it's a big change, and that's why we wanted to put it at the retreat too. So it is kind of related to the last item of budget.
I'm good.
And we also have had such incredible demand that, and we're not looking at like a high fee structure, like $20 an hour at the most, which is significantly way below market anyways, or less. But we're not even talking real numbers today. We're talking high, low, or none. And then we can start designing something that we go to the finance committee with, the policy committee. But we wanted to first, it's a big topic, so we wanted to talk with you guys about this first, so we can, go off in the right direction. You guys have any questions or comments before we do the worksheet exercise? Finance committee went into this. Right, Maya?
Do you have a
Oh,
little
the presentation,
presentation
sorry,
on?
yes.
I can also send it to you right now.
Yeah, please send it to me, I don't have that.
Okay. We're not gonna pass out the worksheet yet because I'm the type of person, if you give me a worksheet, I'm gonna start right away and I'm not gonna listen.
I do
I'm
have that
so ready to
too.
start.
You can just pull it up on camera too. I'm
I
just
got
waiting
it.
for it to download. Okay. But we wanted to make this fun, little interactive activity. It's a long day. I was gonna have y'all move around the room. Jonathan said no. That was a little too much.
Thank you, Jonathan.
But obviously rental fees is a really big conversation. And so we're not making any decisions today. This is mainly just for me to like gauge how you feel about things at both like a macro level and a micro level. And so, next slide, please. We're gonna talk about the status quo, where we're at kind of right now, some goals we can consider, go over like how we'll conceptualize both macro and micro. We'll do the worksheet. We'll talk about some numbers and a little bit of like the data that we found after you guys have given some of your opinions. And then I'll close with a big note on accessibility over profit. Next slide. So you heard the annual report, so this is a review, but just so that y'all know, we've had 1,010 events in our community spaces, over 50 partners. We've seen a 46% increase in the past year, but we haven't made any money, which is intentional. But there's a lot of opportunity here to see some sort of growth in that area. Next slide. But I want to emphasize that I do think our top priority should be making sure that we have accessible spaces for community residents to gather and connect. That's always been what we want. That's why it's been free thus far. And so to continue holding space for our community, I want us all to consider how to incentivize the types of events that benefit our community while also requesting Next slide.
Yeah, I did next slide, but it looks like it's lagging pretty heavy.
It's okay. I'll start chatting and it'll catch up to me. So we've kind of outgrown the entire idea of like high, medium, and low intensity. In my opinion, we can chat about it more, but I think we should start to think about how else we can categorize events ahead of time. Just because when we're having an event reservation, it can be difficult for somebody to tell you how many people are going to be there.
Mhm.
And I think if we base cost on that, it's going to be easy for people to lie. You know, why would you tell me there's going to be, 20 people there if it costs money and there's going to be like 15, So I want us to start thinking about some new ways to think about events in order to decide if something should pay or not. So I put, what we have so far, high, medium, low intensity, really focuses on like how many people are there and how much they're moving around, essentially. So keeping that in mind as well.
The board approved these policies in fall of 2021.
Mm-hmm. And so when I was thinking about this, there's two ways to kind of conceptualize events. We have a macro level, so zoomed out. Is it big or small? Is it in the center of the room? Is it public facing? Anyone can come? Is it private? Are they using just an inside space? Or are they using the whole lawn and parking lot that we have? Is it for profit? Is it a paid event? That's something new that we just recently passed. Or is it something that's free? And then also looking at like a micro level being factors like who's putting on the event, what's the community group, why are they putting on the event, is there a benefit to the community, and is it accessible for anyone to come and join? And so another way to think about this in the next slide is, so macro, I want us to think about what and where, so what type of event, what's happening and where is it happening, and then the micro kind of looking at who, why, and when. And so the first part, the macro level, this can be a quick discussion, but just know that we'll have a lot more discussion to follow. But Jonathan actually had this idea on the right, is to kind of do this cube of thinking about it, right? So we have big public, small public, open to the, like DNA, and then big private, small private. But then when we look at something like this, we have to think, okay, what is big and what is small, right? And, you can just shout things out at me. But when Leslie and I were talking about it, we're like, okay, is big the community center? Because obviously that's a lot of space. And if it's going to be taken up, maybe it should be something bigger. Is small the community room? Do we want to base it like that? Do we want to base it on how many people are involved? So as you look at this slide, thinking about things as a macro level, does anyone have any initial thoughts? Yes.
Well, part of the big quotient, I would think, is which day of the week somebody wants to reserve a space. So like a Tuesday is not necessarily as big as a Friday.
which was also my question, why is the when in a micro level instead of at the macro level?
That was just my brain, but
Okay.
it could be either. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll
'cause
dive
there's-
into that
there's-
more.
I think there's different kinds of wins. So summer is gonna be
That's what I
a
was gonna
micro
say.
win
Right.
and, yeah, I'll let others speak. Yeah, Director Freeman.
Do we have costs? We have at least some costs, but like how much costs do we have that are scaled in number of attendees that show up?
I didn't hear you.
Yeah.
How, like, what amount of our costs are actually being scaled in number of attendees that show up? As opposed to amount of space that is being
Really
reserved?
nothing.
Okay. Well, I guess partly because of what you were saying earlier about like, I mean, as somebody who's even run an event, and it's like, okay, there's like a boundary at 30. Do I think 30 people are gonna show up? I don't know, it's like, it's 25, I don't know. Like, I feel like the attendance one is weird, and it sets the wrong incentives at everyone, and it's not something that is like, and it's not actually one of our costs at scale. Like, the thing that actually seems like to me that really matters is what space is being used. And I really like when Marcos brought up the when, because like there's like during what prime time, like if you're willing to use a really miserable time slot that no one ever reserves, then maybe it costs less. But you want to reserve the 7 p.m. on a Saturday time slot, you want the whole community center, that should cost a lot more than and so the amount of like resources and time is important to me. Attendance is not important to me, and I feel like targeting like what the budget of the event is starts to get really confusing. Whether it's private or public seems important, and whether it's in for profit or not can be important to me. But although I'm not entirely certain how to mentally model it, but I say that because I also want to separate that from like budget, like a large budget public event versus a small budget public event. If they're both using the exact same amount of space, the exact same amount of people show up, I'm just not really wanting to try to figure out. I don't want them to have to submit all these budget forms to me to try to figure. I don't know.
More work for the
Yeah.
Yeah.
Director Bray, or-
Oh, sorry.
I agree with the last part of what you said. Do we have numbers on how many public events and how many private events we have this year?
We have a lot of numbers.
We have a lot.
I'll show you all the numbers.
Okay, then I'm
But I
gonna
think that is
sit
one,
back and keep listening.
yeah.
I was just gonna say that no matter how many people actually go to an event, each space has like X capacity. So it seems more confusing to try to figure out exactly how many event attendees are going to be at X event when theoretically the max capacity is what you're working with anyway.
Mhm.
Yeah.
This is great. I think now we at least have our big and small definitions for the most part.
Yeah.
I like that.
One thing I want to add to the like attendance number, we were users of our neighbors' public spaces when we've done a park rental. And the conversation that the board fraught with is like, what is the difference between their medium rental and high rental and the gaps? And we were a user of their space, which, as Ella pointed out, is an unlimited space in comparison to ours. And we, as like the customer, were like, this makes no sense on this one number of attendance. And so, yeah, I think just to continue the support of like, that's going to be a harder metric or lower on the priority list for us to ask users about.
That's great. Thank
Ask
you.
Another question.
Yeah.
When you sign up to get a room, do you guys ask for the amount of attendance okay.
We ask after the fact,
Okay.
which is also why we don't have very much data on it because it's rare that people will actually share with us. Even though we are diligent on our checkout form, it's kind of like a new thing since Leslie's been able to support me, and so you do struggle to get that data in general.
And I think people's assessment of how many people showed up to their event is
Yes.
not always super
Yeah.
accurate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we are gonna talk a little bit more in depth now and include the what and the where, but also talk about the who, why, and when. And so you're going to have this beautiful worksheet that Leslie is passing out.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go over the instructions once we all have it. I realize there's no place to put your name. You can if you want, but
Yeah, put your names.
Put
on
your
it,
names
'cause
so we
I
know
wanna
who's
what
the-
board members
who's for
think.
Anyone have a pen or pencil?
I can put
Yes.
Chris's name.
If you need a pen.
I only have green pens.
I don't, Roller does not matter to me.
wait, is there enough for?
That was-
You wanna make
If
sure
it
those
doesn't
are
round,
round?
let me know I have another one.
Okay.
Oh, there's.
Pen?
Oh,
You, or you got one? That's good. Okay.
I thank you.
Is green your
I'll go with the paper
preferred
bag.
colors to write in?
I only write everything in green. Everything I write is in green. My TAs know it's me because my blue books are covered in green ink.
all right. So here's what we've got. We will review each of these scenarios. We have a series of scenarios. And you'll select the box for either paid or free based on if you feel the event organizer or the who should pay to use our community space. If you do think the event organizer should pay, write an H for high or L for low, depending on how much you think the fee should be for the scenario. So if it's free, just check free, but if it's paid, you're gonna put either an L or an H.
I really quick, Mike, before you start, the status quo is that all Ivy residents get it for free, all nonprofits get it for free, all educational institutions get it for free. And the only people who pay are private individuals and businesses outside of Isla Vista who don't directly serve Ivy, which we really need to space on that.
And
Yeah.
just as a follow-up to that, we have, just to confirm, we have 0 private individuals and businesses that don't serve IB that reserve
I
it.
think we had maybe one,
One.
right? One, and it's
One.
more recent.
Actually, no, it was in IB still.
Yeah, but we still charged them,
Yeah, we charged them.
but it was like recent, yeah.
And do you remember just what the fee was? Just
We
Off the
used
top of your
the
head.
county's fee schedule that they had used for the building before we took it over. There was like that 3-week period where they ran the building. And so it was like $300 for the full day, which is what. and
they
that was
reserved
for
the full day.
center.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Okay.
that was the county's schedule for the courthouse. I don't know, what they used.
Okay.
In 2021.
And I know Sonny's mother keeps the person who runs
Mhm.
nonstop, his mother keeps talking about different things, like a birthday party or whatever that she wants to
We have
do.
a
Did she
lot
ever
of
talk to
birthday
you about
parties.
reserving that?
Yeah, she did talk to me. I gave her my
Okay.
phone number. I told her to just call me.
Okay.
Because every time I go, we're kind of in passing, but yeah, waiting for that call.
Okay.
Okay, so, high or low, put that in the paid section. Then if changing one of portion of the scenario would change your overall answer, this is where it gets a little complicated, okay? You're gonna circle the part of the scenario that would influence your decision. So I put an example because I know it was a tricky one. So for example, if in this scenario below, the type of meeting would have changed my opinion on the answer, then I would circle it. So if a UCSD club was hosting a meeting close to the public on a weekday evening in the community room to plan some club activities, if that meeting was open to the public, I think it should be free. Instead of having it pay a low fee like I put here, then I would circle that section. Feel free to circle as many sections of you want. Like, let's say the who would change your opinion on the overall answer, or the why, or the location, if it was in the CR or CC, or, you know. So before we, dive in, do we have any questions just on like the overall? Yeah.
Oh, maybe. I got a question, but I don't know if it's on the overall. I don't know that now. I'm just looking at for overall.
Just on the how we're doing this, I guess.
Okay, I'm not sure if my question is.
It's okay, just ask it. What's up?
So, is the community room or the community center more popular?
Community center?
We have the data up. I mean, we have your report.
Yeah, we have the
Oh, yeah, I know,
data.
No, let me, I can.
But I'm being asked to.
Yeah, no, there's more events in the
No,
community.
you have a very fair point, Jay. No, that's a very, that's
Yeah.
like, what is the?
I've got some mental model of what my criteria are, but the problem is that my criteria are data dependent.
Yeah, so what
And I
Leslie
feel
was
you're
just
trying
saying
to
is
tease out of this
that.
what my criteria are based upon reverse engineering it with the data, but I know what my criteria are.
Yeah.
So,
Well, she was just saying
Yeah.
that normally people request the center because that's what they know first. So-
Yeah, that makes
And then
sense.
like when it's full, then they'll be okay with the community room. But overall, we have more reservations in the center.
that makes sense to me. It is interesting because I like having used both spaces comprehensively now. This is a great space to be fitting here. I mean, this
Right?
is so
Yeah.
lights. Like it's just it's just but
And so we have it up here. We're not like, for example, like 45% of our events are open to the public, 22% are private. So that's like one data point. I know we have one in here, like by month, like, yeah, the center is more popular.
For questions involved months, yes, I'm curious about, center versus community, and then I'm curious about like, this is the kind of thing right now, I'm just too old to know. Do people do things at all on weekday evenings? Or are those like really popular? Like it's just like some of these things are weekday evenings, some of these are weekday weekends. Like what's more popular?
All of these scenarios too are based on an Excel sheet that I'm gonna go over with y'all after this, but like these are all real scenarios of like some.
I know they're real scenarios, but I'm wondering like my criteria is that if weekday evenings are really popular, people should pay more than weekends. But if weekends are more popular, people should pay more than weekdays. Like,
I would say maybe write that. I mean, we're gonna note that now.
Okay. I know my criteria on it.
But yeah.
So here's the usage data. So it's low in the morning and during the day.
Okay. So what about but weekend versus weekdays?
So I take all the events in the community center and like list them out for every day for like an Instagram post. So what I've noticed is Tuesdays and Wednesdays, we tend to have like the most community center reservations. And on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, like almost none. Like it's usually like one or two.
Typically the center is mostly popular during the weekends for bigger events, like any festivals, like markets, stuff like that. And like the weekdays would be popular during the evening for like club meetings, just smaller stuff like that. We've had also an increase in like band reservations, like rehearsal space, which they only use in the center also during the weekdays. So
night, right?
yeah.
I guess to say like the ridiculous thing that I would try to do is to take the last 3 months, build a density chart of the last 3 months of usage, and then use that to determine the pricing. And that what that does is it would automatically make people want to use the things that are not being used as much. And you can,
Well, I think as Maya goes through each
Yeah.
scenario, she can maybe tell you this one was more frequently used.
Okay, there we go. That's where we can pull this off. Okay.
And you can also, when after we do the worksheet, there's going to be an Excel sheet that will show you exactly how much of each of these scenarios, and they're color coded. So you'll also be able to see what's more common versus less common. And you can play around with that one too.
And we have the data, like when we go to policy committee, when we go to finance committee, we'll have the density charts. This is just to get a general sense of you guys' preferences. I understand that you want to base it on the time density too, but we have a long path ahead of us, so we need to start somewhere.
This general overview thought.
And we don't currently rent the meeting room upstairs, but we do now have.
We run it. Yeah, we've kept it to just the tenants of this building, because we've had security concerns in the past, and there would be no one to lock up at the end of the day. So that's why we've kept it to just the building tenants. Yeah, before COVID, we had so many security issues up there. We weren't running it, but there were just problems. So we had more staff time, but we don't right now. But if we had someone on site when the reservation happened, we could do something like, oh, you want this space, it's gonna cost you $30, so our person can be here to lock up.
Okay. I'm not sure how we're doing on time. What time did you?
I think we have let's say 30 minutes,
30
and I'll go
minutes?
get lunch in 15.
Okay.
I'll go pick it up.
So there's a couple ways we can do this. I see a lot of us are already filling out the worksheet, which is fine. I knew it.
But we were supposed to.
I think what the best thing is, let's all maybe take some time. Maybe let's all take some time to fill some out. And then I numbered them all, so you all can tell me that I want to talk about scenario, X with the group. And then we can have those be a discussion topic.
After we fill it out.
After you fill it out. And then we can just go through the discussion topics one by one.
But definitely shout out your questions as you go through it.
Oh.
Don't be shy.
Oh, that's the same shout out.
So not after.
I think so, right? Like you have a question right now.
Yeah, if you have a
text your
question.
answers.
My question is, I mean, I don't know how much money UCSB clubs
I'll
have in
show.
general.
Yeah.
They have money.
And they have money, yeah.
I
And
understand.
if UCSB charges for them to use rooms
They do.
for evening.
Yeah,
They
and I'll
charge
show
a
you
lot.
the numbers for both. I also have a column on the Excel sheet that we'll go over that if we were to charge an X amount of money, this is how much it would impact UCSB programs specifically. Because I think that should be, and I'll talk about this more, but I potentially think that should be something we bring up when we're negotiating with them. That like, if we do charge, this is a potential impact on their programs that maybe they want to have some sort of reserve or something, or like that they, I don't know,
I will say
ideas.
though, like if you're a registered campus organization at UCSB, you also have access to like other free spaces on campus, right? Like you have the ability to reserve rooms in just like any of the university buildings. So I think that charging people to use our space is very much like they have other options, you know what I mean? Like if they want to use the community center that bad, so you have to pay for it. It's not your only option.
You get 2 hours of USAN room for free as a UCSB club still.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and I saw that the
For
hub
what?
is free on the
We
weekend
were doing
nights.
research, I found that, I mean, that was true when I was a student too, yeah. I just saw on the
They
website
charge
that
us for that. Every time we move. What?
It should be free, as long as you don't go over your max use, yeah. That's what it says on the website.
We have a lot of fun things going on here.
Yeah.
I like all the examples. Very cool.
The other thing, you say UCSB club, but there's there's different kinds of clubs, right? There's academic clubs.
Registered student org.
So that's what we're talking about, student, so
RCO.
it's not faculty, it's not staff.
Yeah,
it's
I don't think
student.
we've ever had.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
RCO.
And it does like
Okay.
specify too, like if there's at least, well, I guess there's just differentiation between UCSB club and Greek club, which
Oh,
are
yeah.
still technically.
UCSB
Which is still,
club.
yeah, they're
Yeah.
just a little, they have a different revenue source though, you know, like they have dues, which most clubs don't. Lunch is pizza pub, if you want to look more like that.
Have we had anyone try to throw a birthday party open to the public?
No.
Not yet,
Okay.
no.
So, we're still, like, the facts for our community spaces are still that they're like 99% booked.
Oh, yeah.
Correct? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'd
And
like
maybe not in the
Leslie's,
morning, like 8 AM, but yeah.
But
Yeah.
the obvious hours are 90 or 102% booked.
yeah, like I think reservations as a
10.
whole have slowed down so much just because there's nothing for them to book.
Yeah, they can't go in.
Yeah,
So we have high times and low, I mean, like, high hours for Leslie to deal with reservations and then slow down.
Yeah, we have a limited resource at certain times and then other times an unlimited resource.
I have a question about number 2.
Yeah.
In this scenario, is the purpose of the art gallery, like are artists selling their artwork there?
that's a good question. Not at this one. No, this was the Know Yourself. I don't, I don't
And
think
they're
we've
not
had
charging
one.
people to come in.
No. Right.
And it's when it says local art collective, the assumption is this is like a grassroots effort or like a student effort.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm. I think where people would be selling their artwork, I would put that more in line with the vendor market. And we can talk about that and differentiate it, but because a lot of times like the craft markets and the vendor markets normally work together, and I see a combination of artists and other types of things.
Yeah, well, I saw the other example on number 24, which
Mhm.
I highlighted because I think that's its own discussion.
Mhm.
Because I take number 24 to me. When I see vendor, I'm assuming people are selling things.
They're making money.
It's a green room.
It's like where,
Staging.
yeah, backstage,
So
essentially.
that's like what IVRPD.
That's IVRPD.
Yes.
uses
Yeah.
there.
So like
So they,
for
like,
their
use the
actors.
They stage their Halloween stuff here.
Okay,
It's like base of operations
Yeah,
okay.
all their
Like,
equipment.
Yeah,
and-
lighting.
for like 5 days.
Crafting.
24.
Mm.
You guys remember like the cardboard was on the floor?
remember that.
I actually do have a question on that. It says for the time, it's weekend,
Yeah, I guess it was for money.
So more
Weekdays.
like a full
Yeah.
week.
If it's an
Yeah.
Extended.
5
period of
days,
time.
yeah.
Yeah, it was, I think I
That's
put
right,
weekend to
that's-
be nice, but yeah, it was.
10.
If you heard there was a
Be generous with my, what I was saying.
if you heard there was a birthday party that was open to the public, would you go?
Yes.
Yeah.
We just,
What
what
do you
so-
think? Okay, okay.
well, so, the example I'll provide is that my good friends had their wedding at the Sueño Orchard last weekend. Plenty of folks on Sueño came, but plenty of folks were also respectful of like, oh, like, this is clearly a wedding, I'm not gonna crash this wedding. But it was great open space, they had public restrooms, they blew out a pig, there was a dance floor. It was open to the public, it was a wedding, this was long-term Isla Vistans. But the beautiful part was like people being able to make new friends and commingle, and so,
I would go, but
yeah,
I'm
so
weird.
if you're, your neighbor, you might not know when their birthday is, but if they tell you that, it's like, it allows them to invite more people to expand community connections.
Now I'm gonna ask you a different, you cross the line between long-term resident and like
Current
student,
resident.
right?
Okay,
Now,
yeah.
picture a student hearing about Rick's birthday party, let's say that was open to the public. Do you think that student would go?
My ideal student would go.
Yeah, the ideal student would go, but I'm with Jonathan, I think the answer is no.
Yeah,
I think that, yeah, so,
or like a family, which is the majority, is like our, low income families who are
Yeah.
using
I
the
just-
center for birthdays.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think like then we should employ, like, if we are going to charge a sliding scale of you pay what you can.
the reason why I'm asking this question is I started like sit down, I was like, okay, I'm gonna answer these things, clearly, I'm gonna start with the thing that Maya's probably gonna try to reverse engineer out of me, which is what are my criteria, and then I'm gonna try to apply to them. And I was like, open versus closed, I started with an assumption that was really important to me. And then I started being like, but, okay, first of all, what if I game it? Then what happens? What are the corner cases on that? And then I started thinking about the idea of the, like, the open is itself a sliding scale. So like, I'm looking at some of these things, and I'm like, so a religious group, for example, it has something that's open to the public, sure, but I'm not gonna go. I'm not just because I'm not that religion. Even if I were religious, I might not be that religion. And so there's like things that are like kind of open, but they're targeting very like narrower like community groups. And so it turns into like, and like a birthday party, is a really benign one that, targets a relatively small set of people who might know the people who are involved or are related to that constituency, as I brought the age sort of thing there. And so like, I'm starting to wonder if I'm actually don't care if it's open or closed. I just care. I do care. Like it's driving me crazy.
I mean,
It's tough.
How do I, yeah. So that's where, and I think that's what you were trying to drive out of me with all these examples. And so then it turns into like this thing of like, I almost want to sit around and try to judge how exciting to how many people it would be. And if it's
Yeah.
exciting to a lot of people, I want to charge them, I want to charge them less. And if it's exciting to very few people, then I want to charge them more.
An
Really
excitement
quick.
scale.
Yeah.
I think there's like a viewpoint neutrality issue too.
Yeah, I don't know how I could build that. I don't know how I could actually do that. I don't know if it would be legal to do that, but even if it were legal to do that, it would be ridiculous to have somebody sit there, like Maya's job is gonna be essentially like to hear your pitch, be like, that doesn't sound very exciting.
Well, yeah. It's a position of making judgments.
That's super early.
Yeah, or like I looked at the one that's a cultural event and I'm like, okay, I want that to be free, like a large culture event open to the public. Okay, religion isn't like, can be very cultural, right? And so like,
Yeah, and it's not that I'm anti, but again, it's not the idea of like, oh, it's like if there was like, an atheist group or whatever. So it's more just like the idea of like, it's something targeting. Like, let me try to come with a better one. Like if there was like
Just
a
charge them all.
computer enthusiast group for specifically like old Apple computers or whatever. Like that's something that like very few people in this area are going to, I would go, but like very few people are going to care about. And like if that starts reserving the room space, it's going to be like a weird use case for the room. And so like, it's not like, I want to be clear that I'm not targeting religion in some way. Like I'm just trying to figure out like how exciting is it? Like how for the demographic of people that we have in this area, how likely, but the problem is I don't know if it's legal. I certainly don't want to put Maya in the position of judging excitement. I don't know. Apple computers, that sounds old ones, that sounds boring.
Right. But also, I mean, you can have something where people could like submit an application or something for something to be free. And in that application, maybe it's like, I have, I'm thinking very simply, but like, all these signatures of people who really care about this and are excited that it's coming out of this, like
That's how
you
the
could
Parks District does it.
You could do
Technically.
something
Yeah,
like that.
I was just gonna say, I strongly do not want to get into that situation
Okay.
where the board is deciding and people are having to wait for the board to make a decision on whether or not we co-sponsor your event.
Yeah, as somebody who ran events, I
think
hate that too.
It's a bad system. And it can put us in an awkward position.
Yeah.
Right?
But we could have a set of values or something. We could have a mission statement, and if it aligns with the mission statement,
That's
then
what I think
it gives
that's
the
metric
discretion
kind of
to-
building, right?
what's that?
I feel like this works.
No,
in
totally.
building that.
Yeah.
I'm specifically just talking because Jay brought up the IVRP system, and I'm just specifically saying.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I've
He
always
doesn't
thought-
like it, and I'm agree. I didn't like
I
it.
don't, yeah. we don't want to do that.
But aside from that, like I didn't even look at who was renting it. Like when I was making these decisions, like I feel like trying to
Hello?
look at who is, but I feel like trying to look at who is renting it puts more bias into it than opposed to just looking at the what and the when, which is what we manage in terms of the space. And then if you want to have something like 4 or 5, which has like a general overall benefit to the like community at large, then you have the application system for that.
But when you say application system, are you talking about the kind of thing where it goes like an application to the staff, an application to the board, an
staff.
application to, okay.
Well, I thought it
Is
was
Spencer more
important.
okay with that or not?
An application to the staff.
To the
for-
staff. Like
staff
essentially what
for-
IVRP's thing, except instead of the board deciding, you would be like, I guess a committee of staff.
No, it's,
let's see, committee.
I don't like it
seems
either. I'm
weird.
not saying I'm just
I
trying
don't
to.
love that.
I don't want to create a system that
Yeah.
is this huge paperwork system for them to have to administer.
Yeah,
That's-
so like, so when
Already
you say
open.
application, what do you think?
I mean, like something like 4 or 5 is very clearly like an open event, like a free community service, which feels counterproductive to have people pay for, but you still are renting the space. So in that case, it would just be at the lowest end of the sliding scale.
yeah, that's.
And
I mean,
I would say-
for what's worth, I proposed this.
I did too.
And community
You
service
put
is
those free
something
too? Yeah, me
that
too.
like we could say like, if you're offering a community service, it's free for you to reserve. And in the Excel sheet, I do show an option where if we were not to charge for those things, like because of how, and the who, I don't remember who brought up the who comment, that is like can be very subject to bias. And Jonathan and I were talking about this too, and I took it out of some of the bigger categories that we'll look at when looking at the data, but I do still have it here because I was curious to know some of your thoughts. So thank you for sharing.
I think what the board can designate is services being provided, not interest ideas, like, a fast, let's say there's even been like the zero waste festival at the building. But it was, again, that's maybe 90% of the community cares about the environment, but like 10% don't. So like it's open to the 90, but not to the, so I think that's an interest based, but if it's a service based, like food being given out, like we want to prioritize food distribution. That is a service versus a interest or a topic. So I like what you said.
But how do you enforce it if someone isn't actually doing that? Like, what if they check that box, they don't pay for the room, and then they definitely don't give anything out? Like, how does one
We do
enforce that?
come by and check on events.
Yeah.
Not all, every single one, but we're out there.
Enough.
Can I make a general comment about how I approach this? My general feeling on fees is that we should approach this with the lightest touch possible. Because, and it's good to hear that the space reservations are very impacted right now. That means that Maya and Leslie are doing a great job on getting it filled. I wouldn't want to do something too drastic that messes up the good stuff that we've got going on right now. And in general, a couple things I identified were any sorts of fundraisers, whether it's a nonprofit or a student group, there should be a fee associated with that. And I do think it's a good idea to make the sliding scale based on the operating budget of the nonprofit. I've reserved space before for nonprofits and have had to answer this question of what's your total operating budget, because that's going to determine what your fee for a reservation is. And with some of the things in here, where was it? the video game club,
Tournament, yeah.
the video game tournament, and the UCSB club having a closed meeting to plan activities, and the Greek club having a closed meeting to plan activities. I circled the timing and I wrote monitor frequency because I think that's an outstanding question for me is how much of the space are being used for private meetings on like a very frequent where people are just like, oh, well, every single week we have our meeting in the community room for the purpose of this thing, or maybe multiple days a week. That's just an outstanding question in my mind because it seems like the highest and best use is not to have certain groups that have like they've staked their claim, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I think that you guys have some safeguards that help prevent that a little bit in terms of how you release the blocks for when people can reserve it. Is that correct? And you do that quarterly? Do you find that what I'm sharing, is that a problem that you see as a problem? What's your perspective?
A lot of these are recurring, and especially like the tournaments. When I'm thinking about the tournaments, it's kind of like it's a slippery slope because on one hand, I really like that we have a nightlife program that we're not funding that brings people together with a common interest. And there's normally a pretty good sized group here. And I will say on the other hand, I will say they have made this their home and their meeting spot that people know every single Wednesday, either here or in the room, in the center, they can come here and play Super Smash Bros. And so it's kind of like we're building this new community. So I like it. And I want to support it. And when I think about attaching fees to it, I want to keep it accessible in some way. But then on the other hand, like when you think about things like timing and frequency, they want to use this in a weekday evening, which is a prime time and every single week. So it's just kind of gauging your feelings on what how you want to look at something like that.
Yeah, for what it's worth, for all three of those examples, I wrote free and I just circled the weekend, the time slot and said monitor frequency.
The other thing is, and I don't know if you already do this, but if someone rents it and then they don't clean up properly or that kind of thing, do you penalize them? Yeah, you do. Okay.
So I think just recently we passed a policy where we can find them
that's
now,
good.
or there's like a probation period they can clean up. But yeah, there are fines attached to them.
I just was wanting to reiterate what you said about creating that community downtown, which I think is really a high priority for me. And, that sense that it would draw people and people could know they could come downtown and there'd be something happening. I just think it's really important in community to have a place like that. And I think we could achieve it with low fees or free, that to me would be a high priority for the use of both of those spaces.
Do you want to charge different fees though for different amounts of community generation?
I mean,
Of what? Different amounts of community generation? She's saying it's important to cause community generation. I'm wondering, are you saying then you want to charge more or less fees for it, or?
Well, I mean, I think the community center holds more people. So, I mean, if you think that you would have to cover your costs by charging people 50 cents or $1 to be there.
No, I mean us charging the groups, the
Well,
exercise.
right, but I mean, they would have to figure out how to deal with that. If they got charged a low fee, are we just gonna pay it out of our budget, or are we gonna try and recoup it by charging people who come, 50 cents or $1?
The thing that I'm kind of stuck on, right, is the idea that we all have values. There's all these values that we have that we're trying to apply to things, and then we're trying to cause those values to happen more or less by charging people certain amounts of money in different situations. And it's like one thing you can do is you can just throw your hands into feet, which I'm at the point of doing personally, and saying that like I kind of just want to say I want to charge based upon demand of the location, and I kind of want to be neutral to everything else, but otherwise we have to figure out criteria, right? So like I feel it, like I feel it too. I feel this pull of wanting to cause the values that I want to have happen more. So like if somebody, for example, has a ton of money and they want to come in and they want to like rent the whole thing constantly, that irks me. And so then I'm like, okay, well, I want to then like change it so that we're going to charge them more if they want to use it more, I guess, and want to charge them. Then there's the community building. So these community building things, it's like, I'm feeling you. Everything you said about the community is great. But are you saying that because you then want, like, how does that affect our decisions? Like, is it we're going to charge the people who cause less community more? Are you putting?
Charge the people who create more community less.
Yeah, I'm heading on it backwards here. You charge people who create more community less?
Yeah.
Okay, so how?
I think, can I try to meet?
How are we gonna figure this out?
I think that Carrie is stating a general value. You're
Yeah.
trying to put it into a hard and fast rule, and I don't think that you're looking for a hard and
Yeah.
fast rule.
No, and also
Well,
I
she's
like
not,
what
but Maya might be.
Spencer said about, treading lightly. So,
Yeah.
we're making a leap to a new world here. And so, I think we could, start slow and see what the effects are. And,
Who are you thinking of charging? I'm just trying to figure, because like at the end of the day, Maya has to charge somebody or not charge somebody. So I'm trying to figure out.
Do we want to go through who
Okay.
we marked as fees?
Yeah,
If they're a religious organization, I say charge them high.
This is a joke, yeah. It's not a joke.
We have to
And
treat
if
them the
they-
same as nonprofits.
If they
because they are
espouse
nonprofits.
values that I don't support, charge them high.
Well, that's illegal, so you probably shouldn't say that in
I'm
a
just
public
saying.
meeting.
Yeah.
You're sitting next to our legal counsel.
But she's telling a joke.
Okay, just kidding.
I think
I need
it might
to
be
erase some
helpful
stuff.
where we're at in this conversation to start showing you all some numbers. Is that okay? And then we can continue.
You did not do great.
You did great.
No, I didn't do great.
I have to cross out all my illegal stuff here.
Put your name on it, right?
I want us
Yeah.
to look at this together. So you have the very specific scenarios in front of you, and we'll continue to talk about them. But I also want you to see some more of like the big is,
Okay.
I just wanted to make it better to look at. But so at the top, we've got class club meeting, the number, okay, let me explain this a second. The number in potential revenue is we just threw out $20 an hour. It's very arbitrary. We just wanted to give you something
Mhm.
to look at.
How much are you actually spending on community spaces?
How much as a budget?
Yeah.
item? Like, in terms of staff salary, let's say $250,000.
Okay, I'm assuming / hoping a small percentage of that are the programs that we're like the guitar club.
40,000 of that is.
Okay, so it's okay. So I wanted that like idea in contrast to like is this? It's not chump change. It's not, but it's not like it's not everything.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
covering it,
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly. So, like I said, $20 an hour is just something we threw out. We wanted it to be drastically less expensive than everything else, and I'll show you everything else that I did research on the next slide, but that's what their potential revenue column is. Maya's recommendation is the next column, which is basically like some things that I was like, I think from my experience with these users, I think it should be free. Obviously, it's just, my opinion, so tread lightly with that. I also made some things just like way less expensive than they were because I don't, I think they should be cheaper, but like I said, just my opinion. And then the last column, I wanted to just put impact on UCSB programs because I do think if we start charging UCSB clubs and organizations in some way, we need to have a conversation with UCSB just because I'm sure they'll find out in some way. So I just think like we should be upfront about what we're gonna do and how it'll impact their students. So that's why I put that column there. But we have event types including class club meeting, art gallery, banquet, community service, dance/mixer, family private event, film photography session, Greek life event meeting, IVRPD, religious gathering, local business, free music event, nonprofit public event, paid event, a performance, rehearsal, study session, town hall, vendor market, workshop, class. And then we have the totals. So if we were to charge every single thing in both spaces $20 an hour, we would have $51,000 based on the data from last year. If we were to trim, maybe allow community services to be free, art galleries to be free, public nonprofit events to be free. IVRPD, I put less to charge them from what showed in there.
So is this a mix of per use and annual?
This is just, yes, yes. Here, I'll show you, like I put the spreadsheet here to link so we can reference it all together. So what we did, oh,
Where?
how do we,
What was
can you
that?
help me share this?
Uh,
Oh wait, the Zoom share,
might have to share like that window, if it's a separate window.
yeah.
Oh, I see. What did your cursor mount? Your cursor's now that little dot instead of the arrow.
The Zoom share.
Zoom share.
Maybe I'll stop share and then reshare and share.
Yeah, stop share and then reshare and then I don't know where the chart was. Okay, so just forward. You can scroll down a little bit. Jonathan, can
Oh,
you
I
help-
found it, I found
Okay,
it.
never mind.
We pulled the scenarios from. And so what we did is we looked at how long each of those events were and then just assigned that arbitrary monetary value to give you something to work with. And so you can kind of see here, like we've got the name of the event, if it's open or closed, where it is, the month, and then the meeting. I'll have a lot more like fine
little bit more feedback, but so it's good to know the assumption in this chart, I just want to confirm, is that the revenue estimates are based on charging everyone at the same rate, which is $20.
Flat rate, yeah.
So I would like to see us do a system that is scaled based on whether the entity is a student group, nonprofit, or private individual / business. And because I'll give an example, the vendor market, you know, from what I can see, that happens a decent amount at the center. Maybe not as much as I'm imagining it does, but
In 2023, we had 5.
so
I could see that growing.
the total number of vendors at each one is probably at least 15, 20, maybe more than that.
30 around.
I mean, we're talking $1 an hour for them, and they're selling products. So I just think that we should have a different scale, especially when there's a commercial activity happening.
Great.
And that will help balance things out more, because there are also some things in here that are causing me a little bit of heartburn for us to start charging fees for.
And that's why we're not saying that. We're not saying we would. And also that's why the worksheet has high and low. So, and again, we'll get more granular as we go. But
This is just, I wanted to give you an idea. And if we had a flat rate at the community center, this is the potential that we could be looking at. And I put this next column next to it because I had the same feeling. Like, some of these things to charge them would actually break my heart a little bit, because I want them to keep using the space, and I think what they're doing is good. And I think it aligns with board values and things. So that's why I tried to show another column of like, let's be a little generous and let's think about this. And realistically, we should be looking more around that number, I think, when we're thinking about potential revenue. But I want to also, while we're talking about this, go to the next chart, which I have this a little prettier in the Canva.
Can I say one more thing before we go on? On the other chart, the UCSB clubs are lumped in with UCSB classes, and I don't think that they should be considered the same way.
The same.
Yeah, for sure.
There is a much smaller, I'll tell you, there's a much smaller ratio of classes than clubs.
But the classes have
There was
a more stable
I
budget.
didn't even realize there was a lab course. There was a full lab course in the community center.
Yes, I saw that when you had the list of all the data. Yeah.
That's crazy.
You know, it was a quarter though. It was a quarter though. And I thought it was just a cooking class. And then I read the description again when I was going back. I was like, no, this is a full
credit
course. Yes. So I think,
I hope you charge money.
these are the questions.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
for love of Pete.
These are the questions that I think we need to start asking UCSB about and starting a conversation with them, because if we do start charging it, like I said, it's going to impact them in a lot of different ways. And I think they should plan for that.
I think no matter what we do, we have to find a way to classify every type of event based on what price they should be paying. Like, there should be a classification, like bin system for how much you're paying.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's gonna just get too confusing.
I agree.
That's the goal.
Instead of like making the decision based on each.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So the thing that the data, actual data, like we've got so much data, really, but then yet the data that I feel, which is not necessarily collectible data, I think it's something that's producible data, and I feel really bereft of right now. Maybe it's the next slide probably, is the feeling of like, if I started charging this group, would they stop using this space? And that's different in some sense to me than like maybe it feels good to not charge the nonprofit, but will the nonprofits, maybe they actually have money, even though they're not.
Right.
And they could rent the space, and and so it's like in some sense what I'm kind of wondering is more about like not the amount that I would charge that will affect my heartstrings the most or the least, but the amount that I will charge that will affect the actual people who end up using the center the least.
And I do think that's why looking at the who, which I know we were talking about earlier, like, the who, like, whatever, but like the who is actually so important, because when I'm thinking about, you know, maybe a UCSB club or who has access to funding on campus versus like, I think about a family having a private birthday party there who like doesn't have those like reserves, like that also would influence how much I would think the space should be. you know? And so like, how do we, keep those considerations for like family, long-term
Yeah.
residents, community members versus people who might have access to other funding?
Yeah, exactly. And like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I do agree that we should have bins, but I also think that like, if we're lumping like families into like private individuals and like businesses, like that was, I don't know, it was on the spreadsheet earlier, like there should at the very least be a way to like appeal that fee based on like reasons provided.
And lots of organizations have like low income e-waiver.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what-
And a
So
sliding
if they're enrolled
scale
in a
was mentioned.
program.
exactly, yeah.
I wouldn't lose too much sleep about charging UCSB. Because UCSB charges, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what we're looking at here.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah.
just, yeah.
So this is the next thing that I wanted to bring y'all's attention to is that we still, even at that $20 an hour, which was just a random number that Jonathan and I threw out, like we still would be charging a lot less than this. And if, what we could do is we could do like an hourly rate and maybe have a cap. If we were charging everything like, let's say big events $150, we're still drastically lower.
Yeah.
And I color coded based on like what I thought was more similar to the community center versus the community room. So you can kind of look at the differences there. But almost everything in our area is pretty expensive to use. And I think that no matter what we do, it should be a goal that we stay below this. Like, and that could be up for debate for things of like, people are making profit. Maybe that needs to be a little bit more for them. But I mean, our neighbors down the street, Gaucho's Pizza, are charging paid events up to $1,000 to use their space in the evening. If we were charging a group $150, which I have asked people about this too, that's nothing. That's almost something that they're willing to pay for us to be able to provide the space. And I think that's the feeling that we want people to have as we walk away from whatever fee we decide, is they should walk away feeling like, wow, this is still a great deal. Like, I'm glad that I can support my community,
Have you looked at Goleta Community Center and their fee structure?
So I think
Is
they're
that
changing
evolving?
it.
Yeah, it's evolving.
I think
yeah.
they're changing right now. I did look on their website a couple times trying to
Yeah.
find something, and I remember some old numbers that were
Yeah.
still, I would, comparable to Goleta Beach Park, I would say. And I also, after touring their community center,
Yeah.
feel that it's very different. They have so many different little rooms
Bunch
and
of community.
spaces.
They
and-
do, yeah.
So-
It's a school.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think they'll probably have it developed by the time we are developing this,
Yeah.
and we can look for more like inspiration. But right
Yeah.
now,
Yeah.
There's one time my company wanted to run a meeting in like down in near Santa Barbara.
Uh-huh.
And Dan ended up figuring out that we can rent a room at the Goleta Community Center for 2 days straight. We just dedicate the room to us.
Yeah.
And it did not cost much.
Yeah.
So I don't know, I'm not saying that's a good usage of the room.
Pre-seismic.
They're also overhauling all their, the way that they run it
Yeah.
because it wasn't working well for
Yeah,
them.
they're doing a fee study.
They are doing fee study?
That's why it's on their website.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I think that is intended with they totally closed it down for a while.
Yeah.
And they do a different model too, where you can like rent it for a period. Like your class can be there for,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we kind of do that some sort of as well, but
Yeah.
it's a different model almost. Like you have this room for this period of
Yeah, they
time.
do like the flamingo things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, yeah. Mhm.
You have more
I will just say
things,
one more
serve
thing
lunch,
from
get back to it.
Yeah.
just from trying to reserve spaces over the past number of years, the fees have all gone up.
Yeah.
Too. It just in the way that prices on everything have gone up. So
Staff salaries go up, utilities go up,
Yep.
services go up.
So I see this as, with whatever fee schedule we set, the board should be hearing a recommendation to adjust it upward each year.
Like put in place a policy that automatically does it, or do we look at it?
I think that it should be looked at every year and the staff should bring back a recommendation.
Yeah.
any other closing thoughts? That was all the meat, I guess.
It is not actually obvious to me that us making $30,000 a year on fees on this community center is even worthwhile.
It is if it pays for Leslie's time.
Yeah.
I mean, think of it that way, then it becomes revenue neutral, right? Because if she goes to full-time and you can
I
get
thought
an
that
increment.
the cost of community spaces is $250,000 a year.
No, but I'm saying if we can make some money so that she can go to
And
full-time
expand the service.
and expand the service, then it
And it
makes sense to
scales.
charge.
Maybe, I think I'm hung up on the word revenue neutral. We're not, you just mean the like,
Wouldn't be program neutral, but we could expand more human resources, like we could deliver more.
we get a little bit more money, but
Well,
like
we
at
also-
the,
Well,
No,
but
the
you
community gets a
invest
little
that
bit
into
more
the staff time.
Yeah.
In-
because Leslie is
So
part-time right
increase
now.
staff time so that we're not paying any more to the program because we're getting funding back which would go to staff. So we expand in the program. Does that make sense?
I understand, I mean, like, I've even have all sorts of opinions on just charging for things. I like charging for things, but I think that it's worth thinking about because it is like, from the perspective of the district's budget, the amount that we're talking about is very small. And it feels like we're spending, we're now in a position where we're spending a lot of time thinking about what feels like scraping the bottom of the barrel to obtain revenue by affecting the way in which the community uses one of the most important resources that we have available to us. And maybe that's not the best way for us to be figuring out how to obtain that revenue, because it is like on the scope of our $1.5 million budget or whatever, we're like fighting for $20,000 now from the like, what groups of people are we going to affect the least?
But it's not just money, right?
Mhm.
It's what IVCSD values, because
Yeah.
if you don't charge everyone, then what you're doing is there's not infinite space, right?
Yeah, no,
So people who
I
can
totally
pay,
buy that.
yeah,
But that point, then I think it changes, like, there's been a bunch of this discussion that has at least felt to me around like, well, we can get this much money if we charge these people, we can get this much money if we charge these people. It's like, but if my goal is merely to alter behavior by charging different people different amounts of money, and I don't care how much money I make off of it.
But you should know that information. Don't you think, like a projected amount, like how much you might be able to raise if you did something? Because what if you only raise $100? Then you can do a cost benefit.
But if it only raises $100, but it changes the way people use the space in a way that I like, that's great.
Mhm.
That's so like if the goal of this discussion is because I want to use pricing in order to alter behavior, I want to, for example, the thing I mentioned at the beginning of like, if there's like a hot space over like hot time slot over the course of the last 3 months, I want to disincentivize. I want people to not use that time slot. So I want to make it more expensive. That's one thing to me, and it's like entirely unrelated to me about how much money you make off. If it makes a small amount of money, if it happens to accidentally make a ton of money, that's great. But like my goal was to make it so that other time slots get used more often. But like, so when we start analyzing it from the perspective of like, well, here's how much money we could make if we tried to charge everyone, here's how much money we could make if we like, that starts to be like a different thought model to me. And I'm like, I just don't care as much about that one. Maybe I should. We are fighting for cash in one sense. But in another sense, this is, we're fighting for cash on a sliver of percentage on our budget in total. And like, if I were to try to get that money, I might do something more drastic somewhere else that just like suddenly frees up $100,000 than try to get $20,000 here.
And I think what Kirsten said is true. It's like, and also what we said earlier in terms of the fluctuation of staff time usage. So right now, if you are able to make somebody full-time and bring in revenue to cover that, then you expand the services possible during the non-busy times. Because the busy times are going to be time limited. It's not going to always be a busy time, but then you can do more when it's not as busy. You can serve people better quality customer service. Because right now we're also doing the bare minimum customer service and all that because we have a glut of reservations and we're trying to manage them all on a not the full amount that we could do compared to what we could check on the events more. Some of these events are going a little rogue or doing things we don't want them to do, but we can't be there on a 20-hour-a-week salary or 20-hour-a-week schedule every event. So there is a service scale that it's not linear. It's like you bring in more money, you have more people time, and the amount of benefit does scale in a weird, I don't want to say weird way, but non-linear way.
And as a user of spaces, like every time I reserve a space, I'd like to be able to go and walk over to a front desk and ask a question to the staff that's there, which we don't have. It makes the experience better. And it makes me want to re-rent that space again. So that is, a argument for, how having more staffing actually in the long run increases the usage. I just want to get my last closing thought that I wrote down here. We should be really careful not to interrupt programming on weekends that has to do with music and nightlife. This has been something that's been a discussion at the board before. I think that it is a strategic priority for all of our safety efforts that we continue to have more of this nightlife happening in the community center. And so we should just
You
pay
channel
close
Ethan
attention.
right there.
Yes, I am, and Catherine as well.
We haven't had, like has been said, we haven't had that really happen much yet, but we did have one just the other day, about a week ago during
Our
alumni
first
weekend.
paid, quote, paid party at the community center.
Ooh.
And
Well
Leslie
run.
and I, it went really well. I mean, Leslie and I worked together. We created a whole template of checklists, things that we needed to require to make sure like we felt good about having them in the space. And we let the people we already worked with try it. And they did well. I think in the end, there was a couple of hiccups on like what time things should end, which I think we need
I
to
worked
be.
it out. I don't know if he told you.
He did.
Yeah.
We'll chat. But like, you know, we'll need to fine tune some of those details. But for having like a quote unquote party in the community center at night on 420, it was a huge
No
success.
substances.
No substances, but like,
Yeah.
you know, like the date I felt during alumni weekend, I felt like there was a lot of red zones there that I was nervous about. And to hear that nothing major went wrong, it's a good first time, you
And
know.
we'd be cheaper than Geo's or whatever.
Much cheaper. Yeah, we would be much cheaper than them. And I think we have a bigger capacity.
Yeah.
So we're working on that.
Cleaner.
Here's an idea that hasn't, I think been discussed or come up yet, is the idea of deciding what kind of feel we want around the community center at different points during the week. So for example, we might say that like our goal is to get nightlife and music on weekends. And so if you have an event and you want to reserve it on a weekend in the evening, it has to be nightlife. If you have a business meeting for your nonprofit, you cannot rent, no matter how much money you come to us, we're not going to rent it to you. And
Like first priority.
come to us at noon
Yeah.
on a Wednesday, and that's when we have our business meetings. Our business meetings are
Yeah.
during the business day on weekdays.
Yeah, I like
And
that
like,
too.
and then it kind of organizes and provides structure. Somebody shows up into the video game tournament, and it's not like they have to kind of decide between time slots that we think make sense for video game tournaments.
That's a helpful question for me.
Well, let's get you guys fed and then we can get back to things. We can have a work.
Marcos,
We
you
need
had
to-
something to say that you kept raising
Oh,
your hand.
well, it kind of got lost in the swim of useful comments from everyone. What I was gonna say is I believe that our community spaces are already achieving high satisfaction with most users. Like, we're already, in my opinion, as I've never rented a room, but everything I hear in our meetings is we have incredibly high satisfaction from our users. I don't think that expanding into the fee schedule area is going to scare away these incredibly satisfied users. I think we're all taking with a grain of salt, like which users we don't want to charge things, which users we want to be extremely low charging, which users we want to have waivers for. But I think there's a whole sea of other users that we don't think fit under those umbrellas who are incredibly satisfied, and their satisfaction will not diminish if we start to charge a marginal percentage of the market rate. That's my personal opinion. That was the thing I wanted to say.
I really want to appreciate Maya and Leslie for putting
Yeah.
all
It's a
the
great
brain power
presentation.
into
Yeah,
this.
thank
This is
you.
a tricky thing, and just really appreciate all the work you do.
Of course.
Switched
Yeah.
it up
Really
today.
made us think.
Yeah.
Really good
Different than other
idea.
retreats.
Thanks. Oh yeah, make sure your names are
Yeah,
on your
names,
worksheets,
names.
please.
And on both, because they might get separated.
Yeah, just might as well. I'll come around
What?
to collect.
Yeah.
Okay, can you show me the agenda? My computer's working.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I made a graph.
Fire.
I was like, don't know.
All right, thank you, everyone. The board will now recess for lunch. It's 12:19 p.m. and we can reconvene at 12:40.
12:40 is
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna call this meeting back to order at 12:39 PM. And we will move on to item 3.5, roundtable on district reorganization of roles.
Right, more big changes. That's what today's all about, changes. So we've had a reorganization committee of the board and myself since October. We've been working through ideas and priorities and what we want to get out of our staff structure. And so what the committee identified as the top priority, and I think it came up in the board meeting too, but the top priority for the committee's first discussion was bringing back the assistant general manager role to improve the administration of the district and to have a clear, second in command role in case of my absence, which did come up with my jury duty a lot last fall. So I think it helped make it clear the need for this. We used to have an assistant general manager for 2 years at IVCSD, effectively 2 years. But it actually lasted until 2022. That's a slight, but in the person was on leave for a year. But we never actually deleted the role. We just took away the funding and reallocated that funding to other positions as we grew and changed and we're providing services and moving away from contracts and doing more things in-house. So the role's still there. The job description's old, but we need to update it. But the proposal in general would be to bring back the role, fund it, update the job description for it, have the role focused on operations, program development, involved in the budget, involved in the agenda, and just other those critical roles that we have to be able to do, or else we couldn't function, and build capacity. So I mean, it's like I'm not saying I'd stop doing those. It's just maybe somebody else also doing them, so that knowledge can, institutional knowledge can grow. And then they can step in. If I'm on vacation, I'm sick, I'm on jury duty next week or 2 weeks. Not that this is happening next week, but this person would be like a clear stand-in. They'd be, at one point I was on part-time basis in January of 2020, and our assistant GM at that point was acting general manager while I was on part-time. Like the first half of the day I was GM, the second half she was the acting GM. So we've done that before. The idea is that we would promote Sydney into this role, and then in her vacancy of the community engagement director position, we would combine the community spaces program manager with the community engagement director position. This is essentially what was happening since July anyways. And it was working really well for us. And so it wouldn't be exactly that. It would just be based on that experience that general concept works. Our project managers in community spaces and engagement would report to this new role called the community. I guess I didn't write it in here, but it's written in the job in the flow chart, which is community programs and engagement director would be the new position. And it would be, a community programs and engagement department that has the spaces, the gardens, the resource center, the festivals, and community engagement. We'd move out the compost collective into the public works sector of the budget and the staff structure. We'd eliminate the community spaces program manager role. And incidentally, I didn't write it in here, but that role was like a derivative of 2 other roles we had originally conceptualized, which was first an assistant GM for community programs and an IV community center director. So we're not doing anything necessarily new because we've conceived of all these ideas in the past and almost did them. So that role, as you can see, as having evolved. And then we'd move, this last one I already said, move the compost collective into the community programs and engagement area. Since we're doing this internally and we're eliminating a position and combining positions, or restructuring one and eliminating one, it's not a big change in funding or in cost. It's $13,000 in ongoing costs. And I spoke with Jamie on this on terms of, do we need to do a search and period, and no, we don't have to, we don't want to. We have traditionally done like really elaborate searches, like 1 month and application and multiple rounds, and that's good too, but we don't have to do it always that way. And here's the proposed staff structure. So many different layers than before. I'm gonna zoom in, but you can tell from like current to future, it's more complex now under this new scheme. So I would still be me as general manager. I do not go away in this. We have a management assistant that works with me. I would still work with the 3 areas that are contracted out still, public safety, parking, not really community planning, but I just don't want it to get lost. So it's there, but I don't do anything for that right now. Sometimes I talk on like housing issues, but not really. Bless you. We would then have an assistant general manager. The accountant who's a contract, would direct report to her, but this 4 people here would be like a finance group as a collective. The assistant general manager would oversee 3 areas: community programs and engagement, housing, and public works. Under community programs and engagement, we have a director position that would oversee spaces and engagement, which have a dedicated staff, and then work with our contractors and vendors in the gardens, in the Survivor Center, and in the festivals. Not that we would go back to contracting out and planning the festivals, but there's so many contractors we use still, like security, food, whatever. The assistant GM would also run the new mediation program. You know, as Sayer retires, we restructure it. We'll have multiple mediators, so they'll manage that program. And then public works would be its own department, 2 program managers running 2 halves. This is based generally on what a lot of other cities and local governments do, which is having the waste management and public beautification and street work under a public works division. So it's based on that concept. We don't have a public works director. I think that's like a nice future idea, not in this proposal, but it could be something that happens in the future, and we even had public comment on that. But I'd say it's out there as it's structurally set up to get to that point if you wanted it to. And then you'll see the community programs and engagement director. It's hard to see. I had to use so many different org chart programs to try to get something that worked as the one, but there is a double line from the community engagement and programs director to these other people, because they'll still be they wouldn't be their manager, but they'd be supervising community engagement and directing those things. So there's a dotted line to these other people from the engagement person. That's pretty much the structure. And our committee, I don't know if you guys want to speak on this since you've been working on it with me.
I guess I have a question.
Yeah.
Community gardens, that seems like more the public works, community gardens.
I think at other places, like at the city of Goleta, it's under neighborhood services, for example. I could be wrong, or it's under Parks and Rec there. But it is, I don't know. I mean, I feel like public works is like on the street, and community gardens we kind of do under our community facilities power.
Because the community
Got
garden
it.
is only the one at.
And the Methodist Church,
Oh,
which is, yeah.
where the pump was supposed to be.
I don't like public works also.
You don't like that name?
Yeah, because I don't think it really makes sense
We
for
don't have to name-
IVCSD,
yeah, we can name it.
because it's not real, it's more like neighborhood services, right?
Yeah.
Because IVCSD doesn't do public works. So if you were to name it neighborhood services, then you could see the community garden, yeah.
It's named Public Works in our budget right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean we can
Yeah.
have to keep it that way, but that's how it's been currently organized. But yeah, we
Yeah,
can
yeah.
always, that's what this session is for.
Yeah, interesting, okay.
Is this neighborhood services at all similar to the county's level of the general services department?
Maybe community services department.
Community services.
General services is like,
I was just thinking, the reason why I was, because
Our
like the
community
county,
program.
the general services department owns all these buildings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And tries to essentially does community spaces.
yes, but they also do it for like every other county department, like all that kind of stuff. So they're like the
Vehicle
county's
fleet.
in-house workers.
Okay.
Yeah, internal
Alright, that
services.
makes
for the
sense.
county.
That makes
Include as
sense.
the community center.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
internal
I-
services.
Right, yeah.
I feel like there's a little bit of over-organization. In the sense
Over?
that, yeah, I just think that, to me, that, I mean, now we're sitting here discussing about, because I also find the word public works weird, and I also feel like the chart works fine if I just delete that part of the node. Like I didn't really understand, like you said, it was set up to eventually have a public works director, but like, I also think that like, at that point, it starts turning into middle management for a rather small operation of the grand scheme of things. And I just don't really.
Well, can I say something? It's like,
Yeah.
it doesn't have to become that and stay the same. You know what I'm saying? Like, it can evolve organically to get to that point, but it doesn't stay exactly like this. Like, it's not like you just plop that position in.
Okay.
Things might restructure. But it's not even in this proposal. It's a thought as something that could happen in the future.
What is the advantage, I guess, I'm trying to figure out in our, at least currently, without that hire, which I'm not certain makes sense, but even we don't have it yet. What is the advantage of having that public works box separating the stuff above from Carly and Jenna?
I think it's more to show, general areas of work. I didn't look, when I saw this, I didn't think of it as, this is a position.
Right.
I thought it's like,
Yeah.
these are the bodies of work that the IVCSD is engaged in.
I agree.
Yeah.
It wasn't meant to be, I said like, it could become a position
Yeah.
one day, maybe if we want to, but
Okay.
it's an area of work. It's
Okay, it's just, I mean, I was probably confused because all of the other boxes, including the ones that don't have names in them, like community festivals, all represent people.
Yeah, let's not
And-
make it a box. Let's make
Okay.
it just the title of the program.
Well, that's, so the way this like chart system works, is
Uh-huh.
like you make a box for a department. So
Oh,
like
I
community
see.
engagement has a box as a department. or community-
Yeah.
So it's a department box, not
Okay.
a. the
Oh, I
first
see what
box
you're
is
saying.
bigger.
I see what you're saying.
I kind of understand what's going on.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Same with
Oh, I
public
see.
safety has a box and
Yeah,
then there's
yeah,
things
yeah.
under it, because that's like the area.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that makes sense.
I understand that.
And they're all our powers. These are all our.
The powers.
Yeah. I was just because all of these boxes that were on the screen had people in them, but then I forgot, I was mentally collapsing because there was only one thing below it, that one with Maya. And then that one just felt, because it was all vacant, I just kind of
It
like
will
put
have
off thinking
people
about it. But
on
as you scroll to the right, I get it now.
Yeah, they're
I
all,
forgot it was
it's how
getting
our
there.
budget's organized, actually, like the different program levels.
I guess when I think of community gardens, I think of dirt. And when I think of dirt, I think of Jenna.
Oh, thank you.
So
I hope it
That's
has
why-
worms in it.
For what it's worth, when I think of dirt, I think of Richard, who just walked in.
Oh. Well, I think of more on that other side, but I mean, it's whatever you
I
decide.
think,
doesn't
I think the
matter.
reason that it is where it is because it's a contract that needs oversight.
Yeah.
And if,
Oh, got
and
it.
our program managers, well, I was gonna say they don't oversee contracts, but that's not true because Jenna does oversee a contract.
Well, we're not gonna have that.
Well, or
Yeah,
has,
but we
yeah.
have, yeah. It's not a-
But in general, yeah, it makes sense that for something that is a totally contracted out service that's separate, that is not in coordination with any of our other programs, that it would be where it is.
That was my thought process. Because it could be in both, you know?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
could see it in both.
Yeah.
It is, I mean, Jenna has done with Richard planting at the solar parking lot. Is that a garden? Kind of,
Yeah.
right? But this is like a specific contract we've had for 6 years with the Edible Campus Program and Methodist Church to do a specific thing. But, you know, change is always change. It's coming. Change is always happening. That
Maya,
doesn't have to be that.
Do you think this fits for what you're doing?
I mean, right now I'm the one that meets with ECP regularly to talk about the gardens and hires the coordinators and stuff that will be running it. So for me, it feels like something that I'm already supporting with, so it feels comfortable for me. But
And the planting that we did was for the purpose of beautification. It's also, we chose plants that were native and that pollinators could benefit from, but this is more food for community members, from my understanding.
Yeah, and they are programmed, like there's volunteer events at them.
Got
there's,
it, got it.
you
So
know,
there's an outreach component
oh,
to it.
that's
Yeah, yeah.
actually the reason why we started this in the first place.
Got it. So I'll just add, from the reorg committee perspective, we really wanted to create a structure that supported Jonathan more so that Jonathan could do kind of the big thinking, strategic, and get away from kind of the day-to-day running of the meetings, doing the agendas and all the board work that takes a lot of time. And we're hoping actually with this reorg that Jonathan and Sydney put in place a system where we can more routinize the board meeting agendas and how they get out and the timing and all that stuff. But really creating a more resilience within the organization so that Jonathan can attend his quarterly jury duty assignments and also go on vacation and do other things. So that's really the point of re-energizing this assistant general manager position, is to give him free him up a little bit to be doing big thinking and then also have a little bit more latitude to do other things.
One thing I want to add, so I had these questions before we had formed this ad hoc, and when I came into the role of being president, I got to see a lot more of the inner workings as well as a lot more of the dedicated time that Jonathan puts into the life of this organization. And so me not being familiar with public agencies before this moment, it felt just untenable in not at him, but in a future scale or other human scale. And so I kept having these internal questions about what are we gonna do when change happens for whatever reason. And so once we decided to form this ad hoc, it became clear that other people might have the same question, whether they're experienced or not. And so just to re-emphasize the resiliency of the organization, resiliency of the leadership at the top of our organization is very important. I don't mean directors, I mean staff leadership. And so that's my as a director, strong motivation for this ad hoc and for the work that ad hoc has done.
Jay said it really well with the bus problem, how many people need to get hit by a bus before the organization collapses.
I think this is amazing, and I'm in full support of it. And I just want to make the comment that I think that we couldn't have done this last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. The whole reason that we were able to do this, that we're able to take our existing staff and give them promotions essentially and reorganize the organization around that, is because of just the good work that everyone is doing and the capacity, the efficiency, the quality of work that you're all providing. And that we should all be super thankful for that, because it allows us all to evolve and be better as an organization, and provide those opportunities for advancement for you all in many cases. So I'm really excited about this.
I agree. I think in the past, and I was wrong on this, how I was approaching it, we were trying to grow from the top down, but then we switched to going from the bottom up more now. So we grew out all the programs at the entry level, but now we're, like you said, promoting and growing up. So. Make this a quick one if there's nothing else. Jamie and I will work on the resolutions and actions to bring back to you all, and I'll work on the job descriptions too. So it'll be all done in one swift action. Yeah. Not swift, one action can make it all happen.
Great.
All right. Thank you. Let's now move on to item 3.6, roundtable on LAPCO process for solid waste power activation.
Jamie, I'm pulling up your final PowerPoint.
Okay, great.
Sorry. This is a big one coming. Jamie did heroic work on this for us. I think we've been talking about this since meeting 3 of the district, Jay, since April of 2017.
So while Jonathan pulls that up, I will just say, I did send everyone a more detailed memo on this. It's pretty lengthy. There's a lot in there, so I don't expect you to have read it all. Read it at your leisure. What I'll be presenting today and talking about is a more watered down version. Just getting down to really the basics and the nitty gritty of how to activate the solid waste power and the potential implications for the district when it does activate the solid waste power. Next, start. Okay, so part 1 is how do we activate the solid waste power? And it's really a 4 kind of 5-step process. So when LAFCO did our latest municipal services review, they pointed out that the compost collective is part of the district's latent power, which means one of the powers that is laid out in special district law that isn't activated yet by the district's own government code section 61250. And so LAFCO basically said, at some point, the district needs to and has already been considering activating the solid waste power if it wants to continue to expand the compost collective. So, next slide, Jonathan. Sorry.
I know, just if I can add one quick thing, we took on the program and ran it under community facilities when we started in 2020.
And
Yes.
Jamie, you said expand, so what would that, what does expand look like?
Expand would be, well, we just expanded the sphere of influence to include more compost piling sites. Expand would be providing the pickup services for the compost, operating more large scale compost facilities, having like, you know, a site specific compost facility, and really like, you know, operating more of a solid waste collection program than a composting program.
Right, it's a voluntary opt-in thing right now,
Mhm.
and not a big footprint. We're under like the square footage to be considered.
Yeah. Okay, so we do have the ability through California special district law to apply to LAFCO to expand our powers, to activate additional powers. And that's in the district's government code section, as well as community services district law. So how do we do that? We first adopt a resolution of application. We would then submit that to LAFCO and petition LAFCO for approval of our application. They would hold a protest hearing and make findings, and then eventually order the activation of the solid waste power. Next slide, Jonathan. Okay, so step 1 is the most important step. It's our adoption of a resolution of application. We would have to hold a public hearing, notice it to all of the affected local agencies like the county, like LAFCO, any other solid waste. Jonathan and I talked about potentially noticing Marburg, and we probably would just to put them on notice that we were considering this, but since they're not technically like a local agency, we wouldn't necessarily, but we essentially notice and hold a public hearing. Next slide, Jonathan. So the resolution of application is essentially the roadmap for how are we going to operate our solid waste powers. We have to include a statement and a proposal and list all of the changes that the district is going to engage in. We have to, you know, set forth the description of the boundaries, which is easy since we've already expanded our boundaries and completed our sphere of influence. State the reasons for the proposal, designate the people who would kind of oversee and be the chief petitioners. And then, yeah, state whether the proposal is consistent with any other sphere of influence. Next slide. So the application also has to include the plan for our services. So we would have to essentially spell out what the compost collective is going to be, what services the compost collective is going to be providing. And most importantly, how are we going to be funding those services? So it does have to have a financial plan that comes with how are we going to be providing these services. And all of these things are required. So a description of the services currently provided, the level and range of those services, how they can feasibly be extended, any, public right-of-way or infrastructure improvements, which wouldn't really necessarily need to happen. And yeah, information on how those services will be financed. Next slide.
We have a lot of this.
Yeah, most of it will just be the compilation and putting it all together and putting it in a cohesive, mission statement, plan, timeline, implementation, all of that stuff. And this is all, again, the information with regard to the financial plan, and that will be, the bulk of this. How are we going to provide those services? What's the estimated cost? Identifying existing providers and doing a cost analysis comparison of like, what is Marburg charging for this service versus what we are charging? Is that going to impact the consumers? And yeah, the other one is alternatives for compost collective, if there are any alternatives out there. Right now, there aren't really, because Marburg isn't collecting compost specifically in Isla Vista, or collecting food scraps. They can, but they're not really functioning at a high level at the county on this issue. So yeah, so that's everything that the resolution of application would include. And if the board were to direct us to go ahead and do that, Jonathan and I would start drafting that plan. Would probably take at least one consultant, especially a financial consultant, to map all the pieces together. So once we hold the public hearing and the board adopts the resolution, we submit that to LAFCO. And then LAFCO will take the time to, read the petition, and then they will set the petition for their own public hearing. And there's a specific application process that's set forth in the government code. Next slide. So LAFCO will schedule a protest hearing, and it's the same 21-day noticing requirements that we would have to go. So they would have to publish it in the newspaper and notice any affected local agency or interested person. And at the hearing, they receive what are called written protests. And that's protests that would be submitted by registered voters of the district. And that's kind of what determines whether or not LAFCO will eventually approve the application. So at the hearing, the district will, present its oral and written testimony. Any other agency can present testimony. Members of the public can present testimony. And then also at that hearing, registered voters will submit those written protests. And there's rules on how you're supposed to submit them. So they do have to be like verified, eligible written protests. Yes.
Are these are only protests, or can they be positives for us, or are they only contradicts, like trying to go against the expansion?
So the written protest is a negative. If you are generally positive about it, you could, speak and add public comment
at the same time, or at the same hearing.
Yeah, at the same hearing.
Around the negative. Got it.
Yeah, the process functions around the negative protest. And like I said, that's like a formal submittal. You have to have like your voter registration information. That has to be verified. It's, verified by the clerk of LAFCO. So they have to be like qualified written protests by registered voters of the district. And then at the conclusion of the hearing, essentially what will happen is LAFCO will review and approve or not approve the application. But that in reality won't happen at the protest hearing, because what usually happens is if they receive enough protests, they will, you can go to the next slide, Jonathan. If they receive enough protests, they will count the number of written protests that they've received. And they have to do that within 30 days of the hearing. So if they get a majority protest, meaning 50% or more of the district's registered voters, then they terminate the proceedings and they just say, you know, the voters have spoken, it's been a majority protest, the application is denied. And they'll probably adopt a resolution of denial. If there are at least 25%, but less than 50% protests submitted to LAFCO, they will call for a special election or a general election, and they'll line it up. If it aligns with the general election, they'll do a general election. If it doesn't, they'll call a special election. Or if at least 25% of the landowners who own 25% of the land value here in Isla Vista submit written protests, that could be enough to submit it to an election also.
They cannot block it, the landowners. They can't terminate it at 50%. They can only force an election.
Yeah, which I guess is possible here, right? There's like enough
One
landowners
landowner
to,
might own 25%.
yeah. So it's possible that they could force an submit a protest to force an election, but the election would go to the registered voters. It doesn't just go to the landowners.
And who pays for the election?
Likely the district will pay for the election.
We always.
Yeah.
That seems weird, though.
This is the updated version of the law. It used to be when IVRPD was formed, if 50% of the landowners protested, it would terminate. I think IVRPD got like 49.5% protests from landowners. So LAFCO law was changed 25 years ago to make it more for the registered voters and less for the owners.
Yeah. So then.
Cut them out of our process. We need the district.
So if there's no majority protest or no sufficient protests for an election, then LAFCO is required to order the activation of the solid waste power. They wouldn't have discretion to essentially deny it. What they would have discretion on, Jonathan, next slide, is really the conditions or amendments to the plan. So they could order it activated and condition it on certain things, us reporting back within a certain amount of time, reporting on our financial revenues, things of that nature, or they can amend the plan and approve the plan with amendments. So that's basically the general process of how you would activate the power. It is a very truncated version of it. I want you all to understand it will take a significant amount of time and effort to prepare a plan, submit it to LAFCO, hold that protest hearing and get it all approved. And if it goes to an election, that would take even more time. So it would be a lengthy process. But that's just the general scheme of how it would work. So the second part that I want to talk about is what happens when we do activate the solid waste power. So this government code section 61100, that is in special district law, and that sets forth all of the different kinds of powers that special districts can operate under in California. And the one that we would be activating is subsection C, which is the collection, transfer, and disposal of solid waste, including composting. The important part of this section is that it has to be consistent with section 41821.2 of the Public Resources Code. Next slide, Jonathan. So this code section, this Public Resources Code section is, I'm not gonna lie, a little bit of a headache. This is the portion of the Public Resources Code that implements SB 1383. SB 1383 was actually adopted and enacted in 2016, but it was started being implemented in 2020. And ever since then, it has been a major overhaul of solid waste handling and source, reduction and recycling for all of California jurisdictions. It is a major revamp of trash collection services, like across the board. So SB 1383, if we were to activate the solid waste power, it would require that the district comply with the county's source reduction and recycling element. So it brings the district under SB 1383 and puts compliance requirements. So now we have source reduction and recycling obligations, as well as reporting obligations. So providing county the information on the programs implemented and the amount of waste disposed and diverted and all of those things. So right now, we kind of have freedom to collect what we can, dispose of what we can, recycle what we can. If we are under SB 1383, the county could potentially put numbers and requirements on the district to meet certain source reduction and recycling requirements. That becomes a little bit tricky because we don't actually administer the franchise agreement with Marburg. That's all the county. But I imagine that they will put some requirements on Isla Vista because SB 1383 requirements are very hard to meet. Most jurisdictions are not meeting them. The county is not meeting them. They are pretty much impossible to meet, and not only because they're stringent and difficult, but because some of the facilities that SB 1383 contemplates like just don't exist on the scale that they're supposed to be existing at, and they're not operating at the scale that they're supposed to be operating at. For example, the county's landfill and resource center is not operating at all right now. They don't have a landfill operator. They've canceled their contract. So they are not able to meet their like anticipated operations or their scale of operations. While it did have some success, right now it's, not to be dramatic, but it's a literal dumpster fire over there.
I think it caught on fire.
Yeah, it did. So yeah, SB 1383 is very hard to comply with. And if we do activate the solid waste power, because it has to be consistent with this public resources code section, we are taking on obligations for source reduction and recycling as required by the county.
And if the county's unable to be in compliance, why would we think that they would expect us to be?
Well, that's the next part of this.
What happens if we
Next slide, Jonathan.
She's gonna act. We thought about that.
So this is the next part of public resources code section 41821, and it's subsection B. And the way that SB 1383 works is if Cal Recycle finds that your jurisdiction is not in compliance with SB 1383, you can be fined up to $10,000 a day. Public Resources Code section 41821.2 says that for a district that operates as a solid waste handling jurisdiction, they can be subject to a portion of the penalty imposed on, for example, in this case, the county by Cal Recycle for the county's failure to implement its source reduction and recycling programs. That means that if Cal Recycle finds the county isn't compliant with SB 1383, they're not meeting their numbers, they're not meeting their metrics, they can impose a fine of $10,000 a day. What happens then is Cal Recycle just imposes the fine. They just impose the total number. And then the county can essentially hold a hearing to determine how much of that penalty, how much of that fine is the district's responsibility. And it's up to the county to make that determination. Cal Recycle does not make that determination.
And probably these fines are not being charged anywhere in California because everybody is on the same learning curve of
Right. Right now, I'm not aware of Cal Recycle imposing any fines. They were on a 2-year timeline. They were supposed to do 2 years from 2020 to 2022 of education, outreach, amending the franchise agreements. Most of them needed a complete rewrite. Amending the service charges to constituents, holding Prop 218 hearings to increase the services and the amount of services that were going to be charged. And part of this too is part of the county's job is to literally start flipping bins and determining whether people are separating their recycles. And that includes a whole other like code enforcement aspect of recycling and, you know, separating your trash. The county so far has not required that because their resource facility is supposed to be sorting that trash for everyone. So they have chosen not to do the code enforcement aspect of it. But the point is, there was supposed to be 2 years of learning, and then from 2022 to 2024, that was when they were supposed to start implementing this code enforcement, start like checking up on jurisdictions to see if they are compliant. This process has taken way longer than the state legislature really contemplated, especially given the fact that we literally in California don't have the facilities to sort and recycle trash at the scale that they want us to. So I'm not aware of CalRecycle actually imposing fines at this point, but they are setting up essentially like compliance plans with jurisdictions, which says you're out of compliance. Send us a plan of what you intend to do to be compliant. And those do have to be approved by CalRecycle.
Can I add one thing, which is on a different part of SB 1383 was this whole issue with the stores in IV starting to get fined for not being recycling centers themselves. So that was implemented sooner and they started getting fined last year for it, but we worked with them to get them exempt from 1383 and went through that process. But so there's different elements of it. And again, unprepared because they assumed there'd be a recycling center here. There wasn't. Our stores all got fined $100 a day. But then we told them, well, there's only one 2.5 miles away instead of 1 mile like you want. And that was enough to get the exemption.
Permanent?
I don't know if it's permanent, but it's for now. But we had to work with our state senator and assembly member and really push CalRecycle, and they refused meetings for a long time or didn't show up because, you know, it was a long process.
Yeah. So the problem with SB 1383 is it's a very one-size-fits-all approach, and it doesn't take into consideration individual communities or really how waste management programs are working in communities. They just honestly haven't done a good job implementing SB 1383. So a lot of this stuff, CalRecycle is making up as they go. They are implementing and adopting waivers for certain jurisdictions that, you know, don't have the population or just don't have the amount of trash that would be able to comply with SB 1383. Right now, the district doesn't fit into any of those waivers, probably only because CalRecycle just hasn't thought of them yet.
That's a good way.
Next slide, Jonathan. So what does this all mean? The district would be required to comply with county source reduction and report its diversion programs to the county. So right now, the county doesn't count the compost collective in its SB 1383 reporting. It doesn't get any credits for the compost collective. One of the things that you are required to do under SB 1383 is run a free to the public mulch and composting program. I think the county does run one of those out of the landfill. They do charge for you like driving a truck up there and like picking up a truckload of materials. So right now the compost collective isn't counted in any of that. As well, I think move out might sort of be included based on my research with
part of the franchise agreement.
Yeah, based on my research, just like clicking around the county's website, they are counting some of those wastes and disposals in their source reduction element. So, but for some reason, they are not currently counting the compost collective.
And they are fully aware of the program. They know they're
Yep.
in touch with us. It's not like we're
What makes this all even the more complicated is that we could never, based on our existing statute, we could never on our own comply with SB 1383 because of this language that says that we cannot supplant the level of services that are currently being provided by the county, which means we could never independently take over the franchise agreement and offer these solid waste handling services from Marburg to Isla Vista because we would be taking over those services from the county. So we would always have to work with the county and essentially be under the county's SB 1383 requirements. Next slide, Jonathan. Same thing I just went over. We would need to be in support of, not in place of, the county services. And with that becomes the potential liability for fines assessed by CalRecycle. The county would have to give us notice. They would have to hold a public hearing. It would go through, a formal process. But again, not many jurisdictions are meeting their SB 1383 requirements. How heavy-handed CalRecycle will be in assessing fines, I really can't speak to because I haven't seen them hit a jurisdiction yet.
And can I just add one thing? Let's say the county did get charged the 10,000 a day as a percentage of the county. If let's say they did it on population, we'd be like $136,000 for us. That's like what the county's fine would be versus our percentage of the county's population. That's just the bulk. I mean, who knows what the actual number was.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's assuming,
That's assuming.
but that's assuming that it's logical.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No,
You
I
know?
know.
Like,
I
how
know.
much do we trust the county?
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying- Yeah, no, that's assuming it's logical and it's
Yeah.
all done that way.
Next slide, Jonathan. So is the compost collective subject to SB 1383? Right now, no. And activating the solid waste power doesn't appear to trigger any additional permitting requirements. So staff, Jonathan and Carly, have gone to the county and asked them if the district needs a permit to operate the compost collective because there are, compost facilities as defined under the Public Resources Code and under CalRecycle's regulations. And we're just not big enough to fit within that, what's defined as a compost facility. So right now, it more kind of fits into a community composting program, which funnily enough, CalRecycle does promote and wants more community composting programs to operate. But currently, we are not subject to SB 1383. If we activate the power, what will be subject to SB 1383 is the additional reporting requirements, a potential like food scrap collection, like tonnage, essentially, a compost tonnage, things of that nature, like how much we are collecting and how much we're producing. And then we would also likely have to be reporting those additional numbers to the county as part of the county's compliance report. But do we need a permit? No. As is, no. And likely we wouldn't even need a permit under, even if we activated the solid waste power, unless you get to a certain size. So what are our options? We can continue to operate the compost collective at its current scale without activating the solid waste power. We have been doing that under the argument that we are not, so much we are not so much providing a solid waste service as we are operating a community facility. LAFCO tends to disagree with that based on their municipal services review. But they're not, pushing. The downside with that is the potential for example, a taxpayer lawsuit that essentially says the district is operating outside of its powers. It doesn't have powers to operate the compost collective. This is a waste of public funds. And then if we lost in court, the judge would say, you guys can't run the compost collective anymore unless and until you activate your solid waste power. So that's the potential downside.
But we talked about, Jamie, like our power for community facilities says including but not limited to. which
Right,
might be
yes.
very broadly interpreted by 5 people.
And
Yeah,
would a
so go ahead, Carrie.
taxpayer lawsuit only succeed in closing us down, not in getting damages from us?
I
They-
feel like this should be a closed session conversation. We're talking about legal strategy.
I agree with Spencer. Just that.
I'm
just
uncomfortable
that
with
narrow
the
segment of it, I
direction
agree
this
with
conversation is taking.
I agree with Spencer.
Yeah, we can agendize the rest of that part of the conversation for the next meeting. We weren't intending to go into that direction.
Yeah.
So the next option is to work with the county and Cal Recycle to be recognized as a community compost program and not subject to SB 1383, and that would enable easier expansion. In the memo that I sent you, there are links to Cal Recycle's community composting program, which the compost collective fits squarely within that kind of structure of like encouraging a neighborhood-based, community-based compost program. And all Cal Recycle says about that is check with your lead agency. They may have permit requirements that you would need to figure out, but it's all community-based. You can operate a delivery pickup service. Everything that's within the compost collective's current operations is kind of what Cal Recycle is saying is okay as a community composting program. They are also operating, or not right now, but in the past and probably in the future, they are giving grants to organizations that are operating community composting programs. They don't have a current grant cycle, but they did have one for 2023. And the district would be eligible for potential grants if that's the direction that the district wanted to go. It would just depend on when they open that funding. The next option is, sorry, I just noticed that typo there. The next option is pursue activation of the power. We could work with Cal Recycle for a waiver of SB 1383 requirements, or ultimately we could work with our legislators here in Santa Barbara and pursue a legislative fix and essentially write us out of SB 1383 requirements and expand our solid waste power without having to comply with that public resources code section. So that's an option as well. The last option is just receive any policy decisions or directions from the board.
That's it, right?
And that's it, yeah. Happy to answer any questions.
Very powerful.
Oh my God.
Well, maybe one question, Jamie, I think what we talked about a little bit is like, what's the timeline requirements on this? And I think that's where we might need to go to closed session for, but it's not like we have to do this tomorrow.
Yeah, right now there are no time requirements on this.
But we might want to discuss that more.
So what I heard you say is that we could operate the compost collective at the current scale, that LAFCO's not necessarily forcing us to go through the activation. But if we were to expand the compost collective, that would likely trigger LAFCO to say we need to pursue the activation.
Yeah, and I think right now, part of it is because, and Jonathan has the real numbers, but I think right now we're serving like
140 for pickup.
140 households. And that's not even close to as many households as there are in Isla Vista.
It's 3,700 households. I
So-
mean, it depends on how you count it, a duplex, A
Mhm.
and B
Right,
are
yeah.
separate
Mhm.
under this 3,700.
And there's 140 households
Units, yeah.
participating?
Yeah.
But then it could also be expansion and not necessarily households, but the amount of food scraps and compost that we are producing.
Or the space of the.
Yeah,
Right.
or the,
compost
yeah.
pile.
Yeah,
mhm,
right.
The square footage.
Yeah,
They
it's
count it
just
by
not-
square footage.
Yeah, it's not just households we're counting.
Correct,
There's
yeah.
other, yeah.
Mhm.
And then do you have an estimate of the cost, the time that you would put into this and the cost that would be to pursue the activation? You did say it would be significant cost. I assume you're talking your cost.
Require.
Sorry?
Wasn't it said that it would probably require a consultant as
To
well?
project out a financial plan, yeah, that's not something that I
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
would do.
I could maybe do a lot
Yeah.
of that to save, like, but I couldn't, maybe they would want a third party to verify our work sort of thing, but I think I can do a lot of the financial projection.
So my time would come in maybe not even necessarily drafting the like original plan, but my time would come in the review, the preparation of the resolution, working with LAFCO to see if they want anything more specific, and including those into the final drafts and presenting that to the board. I to be honest, don't have an estimate of how much time it would take, but I imagine it would be a lot.
I don't know if you have the figure in front of you, Jonathan, but can you remind us the purpose, in my mind, of considering the activation was so that we could charge a service fee? And what was the number that we projected that would generate?
17,000, but I think Jamie and I are talking about do we need to activate, so the LAFCO thinks we need to activate the power to charge a service fee, but maybe not too. I don't know. I mean, I think that's something we need to determine or do a legal opinion on, like a formal thing that says we don't need this to.
I guess the point to the board would be that we would go through what feels like an arduous process that was very time intensive to potentially make $17,000. This doesn't seem like it's worth the time at this point.
Especially if there's that opportunity for grant funding.
$17,000 though, at the current scale.
Yeah, so
Like my understanding is that the goal isn't to get the $17,000. The goal is to unlock the ability for us to scale this 10 times and actually maintain something vaguely close to revenue neutral.
Yeah.
So,
But if we're assuming that we are going to get $17,000 out of
At the current scale.
at the current scale,
Yeah.
but I don't know what would make us think that if we doubled, let's just say doubled the program's capacity, that we would somehow have a higher percentage rate of fees. I would assume it would scale relatively.
If we doubled the
proportionally.
program's capacity, the hope I would have is that we would use all the capacity and then we would have exactly twice as many fees collected.
So instead of $17,000, we would have
Yeah.
$34,000.
Yeah.
All right, Director Schultz.
Theoretically, wouldn't it take a significant amount of time to get to that scale?
I think there's latent demand for the pickup service, but it's closed now because we have the max. It's hard, I think there's demand. How much demand? There's 3,700 potential customers.
I just don't know, are we fully operating at 17,000? With what we've seen with the compost collective and projecting out scales, I personally don't know if we're going to be meeting the $17,000. Is that in sales or is that just in
No,
collection?
that's in collection. Sales is a
Okay.
whole other thing. So the 17,000 was if you were charging the households who got the currently free pickup
Okay.
service. I mean, the way we operated for a year was no pickup service,
Mhm.
and you just come drop it off. And so, I mean, we could decide let's not do pickup and let's only do drop off. That's what most communities do.
Was the drop off free?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. So there's never been a fee charged associated with the service.
Never. But we contemplated putting in a fee.
We
when
did a
our
survey
last
of
month.
existing customers.
And they said they'd pay.
They'd say they would pay.
And our wait list is now full for the compost collective?
Yeah.
How many people are on the wait list?
19.
But we haven't been promoting it.
Freeman.
This is brutal. I spent some time. I did not have much time yesterday. If I had done this earlier, I would have been able to spend going through detail. But I had missed the paragraphs about like the ones with the services provided by the district shall not supplant the level of services provided by the county Santa Barbara. I have been operating over the past 7 years with,
Oh, no.
under the impression of a hope of doing a specific thing, right? So 7 years ago, probably very close to almost exactly 7 years ago, I gave a long presentation at the board on why I wanted to go to LAFCO 7 years ago and ask for activating the solid waste power. And the result of that discussion was that it was tabled until we were going concern. And then at some point later became, oh, well, now we're kind of our going concern, and discussion started happening on all sorts of stuff. But the premise that I was operating under is that there's this franchise agreement, right? Which is that the county doesn't do the trash. The county allows there to be pretty much a monopoly on trash, and on that, and so what they do is that then there's a percentage of the negotiated, however, but it's generally in our area, it's negotiated as a percentage of the trash fees end up getting paid as a franchising fee to the county for that. And at the time, I knew very well the general manager, or I should say, I mean, I still know, but at the time he was the general manager of the San Ynez Community Services District. And he had previously done general managerships at multiple other districts. And one thing that he thought was always this great trick is you activate the solid waste power and then take over the franchise agreement. And that comes with, attached to it, a revenue stream that actually is designed in a way where I think it goes to your general fund. And and in the case of Isla Vista, I then looked, and the Isla Vista franchise fee was 2%, which is weirdly low in the area. Goleta charges 5%. And there was and every discussion that I had had at the time with the county about trash service in IB went awkwardly, because the people who were there self-described themselves as not when I say conservative here, I don't mean in the sense of like politically, I mean in the sense of like just have like versus being willing to make a lot of changes. They self-described themselves as being very conservative in their policies. And so there were things that like downtown Santa Barbara, the city of Santa Barbara, I should say, was very excited about and was promoting at Earth Day and all these things about how they were adding extra costs to trash pickup and then subsidizing compost pickup as a way of bootstrapping the compost service so that they could get the trucks to show up. Because if you only have 2 people who are doing compost pickup and it's going to cost so much to bring in just the truck for those 2 people. And so they were like doing all these cool things. And I would bring up all these ideas to the county of Santa Barbara. And they were just like, yeah, we don't really like the idea. I mean, we're just kind of conservative in the way that we do these policies. We don't really like the idea of like subsidizing one thing with another thing or trying to impose these value structures on these things. And I always felt like in the discussions at Isla Vista that we were always much more interested in like these societal changes or these new experimental ways of doing things, and the idea of like, in sense, again, the city of Santa Barbara loves it. It's like, it's not like I think of the city of Santa Barbara as being this like, there's the word begins with P that says that's like to the left of like liberal, but progressive, not like this super progressive bastion of anything, but like they were super excited about subsidizing the composting in exchange for the thing. And so I was always very excited about doing all of that. And I'm going to say that like part of my whole like plan here has been to go through Compost Collective to get there. Like my thought process here was to start by using their community facilities power, which we've always been very, very little application of, to do gardens through composting and then use that to get solid waste. And then, which for what it's worth, at some point, if we were to become a city, which is like my super dream, like personally, I don't know how many people here share it, but that was always my dream, is eventually would be a city. We'd end up having to have that kind of power anyway. And the city, of course, would get rid of this problem. But we'd have to have that, but it wouldn't get rid of the SB 1383 problem. In fact, it would land it directly on our doorstep. So so then I kept staring at this and trying to figure out like how much I fear some aspects of the SB 1383 portions of this. And we keep talking about the county, and but like I'm really curious to know what's going on with Goleta, what's going on with Carpinteria. It's got these press releases about they just altered their contract with Harrison and whatever it is. They charge crash pickets, but they don't use Marburg. They use this other company. And the quotes are saying, and now we're SB 1383 compliant. They're just saying that. I mean, they're not actually SB 1383. You always want to say you're achieving compliance with your contractors. You can blame them later, right? So I'm sad. Like I'm I'm just trying to figure out like the perspective of trying to do all of this. To become like to actually go, I mean, like I really want to be able to utilize this kind of platform to be able to try to make impact in the environment, whether globally or locally, or to have set up like to show these things. But if we're really in a position where we aren't really allowed to get the puzzle pieces we need in order to feel like that we're actually in control of how that actually ends up operating. And we've got a harsh regulatory framework in which we're operating to do even the things that we're then trying to do that then hands all the power to people we can't supplant to try to get control. And we're dealing with that, it's like still somewhat an unknown of this program being able to succeed in getting to like the revenue neutrality point, even at the scale that it's at, much less a bigger scale. I'm no longer sitting here, I guess, I'm sorry, as the guy who's like super pro compost collective. I've always been this guy who's been here like, no, compost collective. Sorry. Yeah, but this is painful.
I'll say
So
one
sorry,
This
this
is
is like a
painful.
crushing of dreams right now. We just need to
Yeah.
recognize.
I mean, also.
Yeah. 7 years.
I'm so sorry.
Jonathan and I have had a few roundtable discussions about this on our own, and we are still workshopping it, and that's why we have said, you know, we're not expecting a hard and fast decision right now. It is very complex. It's a lot to take in. And I think that the main takeaway right now is that we don't fit nicely or neatly into any specific framework, which gives us a little bit of creative freedom.
And Jay, I want to add one thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to make it seem like a panacea or silver bullet, but we made this district legislation. Like, I think we could seek, like if we want, we haven't asked for legislation in 7 years either. We got one bill right away at the beginning to change our appointed members, but that line in the district's code that says no supplanting, we can edit that. Doesn't mean we get rid of it, but we can make it fit our situation better now that we are 7 years old instead of before. We were right in the AB3 meetings. We were worried that CSD gets created, the county and IVCSD shove everything onto our plate, that our basic services, and we can't afford any of it and we collapse. That was our fear in 2016 and 2015, but it's no longer that, and we can better write that legislation to what we need now. Not saying that's a silver bullet, but we haven't asked for legislation from our legislators in a long time.
Yeah, but is this it? You know what I mean? You lose political credibility and chits and favors when you ask for things. So what you ask for, you have to really want.
Yeah.
And is this it?
Well, you wouldn't do it so specific.
No, I know. I mean, I guess I would just say this is a huge lift. This is a huge commitment of time, energy, resources. Is this what we want to put so much time, energy, and resources in? Is this what we want? Is it such a high priority? Because it will detract from a lot of other priorities.
Yeah, and I don't think that you should feel like all is lost, because you had the answer to your own question a little bit in what you had to say, which is that, yeah, and you know, maybe that is.
Wait, could you say that again?
Become a city.
Oh, become a city. Yeah.
And so, not just for this reason, but this reason included might be a future discussion topic for a fiscal and organizational analysis of what that would take, so that we are well informed of that, and also almost like a responsibility analysis, because this would fall under it. And I think that even in the world where that happened and we were able to get there, we are better positioned to implement SB 1383 because of what the Compost Collective does, right? So I agree with your frustration of, you know, stuff takes time and it's complicated, but I don't think you should feel like everything is lost.
Well, I mean, one thing I'll say actually is, in some sense, the reasons why I thought, as like, you know, this comes as funny, making great, but why did I want the power? A lot of the reasons why I wanted the power 7 years ago, I feel like Jen has managed to just pull off. by either just getting in and doing it, or we're managing to get enough influence and succeeding with the county because of the work that we're doing here in order to actually have that kind of ability to affect our Marburg contracts. Because the thing that was at the time that I thought was really like powerful was being able to, like, 'cause there was like the county occasionally would renegotiate when our big item pickups would happen, and we were never involved. No one from IB was involved. It was barely even discussed at the board level of the supervisors. And the or like how all of those trash cans that were being dealt with along, I mean, like I went back to my presentation I gave 7 years ago, and I had photos of those trash cans that were broken as one of the things that if we had the solid waste power, we could fix them. Well, we've managed to replace all those trash cans, start renegotiating the Marburg contracts, and essentially get a lot of the local influence with the county that I was hoping to get 7 years ago. And so, like, it's not sitting here being like, we failed, or I failed at the thing that I wanted to accomplish. It's more just like I had this like puzzle that I was putting together, and the puzzle had a bunch of like things, and I've been advocating for pieces of a puzzle. And that's the thing, and the realization earlier there was other discussion about issues with like the programs and things like that. And to the extent to which the puzzle that I was trying to put together isn't really what's needed 7 years later, and isn't really something that could be put together because there are always going to be some missing pieces. I have to sit and like stare at some of these like pieces, the actual individual pieces. And I've been the person who's been sitting here always, I'm not going to do it again, pounding my fist on the table about compost collective. And I'm not feeling that right now. I'm like, it's because of the way that the puzzle's coming together in other ways. I'm not really sure it's making sense in the same way it did before. Which is awkward to sit here and say in front of all of our staff, including somebody who's from Compost Collective. But there was some discussion here earlier, just happened to be no one is here from Compost Collective.
Yeah.
It was a little bit less on.
Another thing I'm thinking, oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say that, the subplants, did not strike me as strongly as it did you, and maybe that's because you've had the scheme for a long time. But it seems like with the Compost Collective, we're not supplanting anybody.
Oh yeah,
For
me that was a puzzle piece in a puzzle to get solid waste
Right,
power because I wanted to affect the Marburg contracts.
No, I see that.
Oh
but-
yeah,
but
yeah, that's why.
it
And the
seems
answer is
like-
I don't need it anymore. Jen has pulled off a lot of that influence anyway.
But I mean, it also seems that, we start with the Compost Collective, and then down the line, it makes more sense that we would be doing the Marburg contract, and it wouldn't be like we were formed to supplant the county. It would be like we had this organic movement where that just over time made more sense than the current situation. So it doesn't seem to me that supplant absolutely keeps us from doing that someday if we have this power. And then also about 1383, the county's on the hook for it now. If we come in kind of as a subcontractor under them, everything we would be doing here would be helping their numbers. So I don't know why we couldn't get them to enter into agreement with us to hold us harmless. for
Because
any-
if they have an opportunity to find another funding for their fines, they will find the rationale to justify increased Isla Vista based upon there's more trash generated in Isla Vista. I mean, I don't think they're gonna say, oh, well, we were paying it before, so we'll just do that now. No, they're gonna
Well,
say there's someone else that can share the cost.
Well, it could be negotiated before we decided about this path. And to me, it doesn't seem absurd that they would hold us harmless.
I don't want to throw out too many crazy ideas, but based on like you said, is this worth the juice to go to the legislature? Spencer, what you said about a city, maybe if we did an analysis and we found that we needed those franchise fees to become a city and that was our goal, that might be then the legislative end run we do to bring in those franchise fees so that when we do our actual comprehensive fiscal analysis for a city, we have those monies already in the budget and we can better justify the city budget, but we don't know that yet. We don't know, but it might become a good thing to do because we feel like we need this in place to become a city.
Like that's the path. forward.
Yeah, that it's like no one will really know that's the reason we're doing it, but it becomes like that side stuff that we do it. Well, I can't say that's why.
Yeah, that's a good point.
for today, for that. Still
Good,
have
thank
fun
you. That was
with
a
it.
great
Thanks,
presentation.
Jamie.
Thank you. Yeah, and if anyone wants to talk about it further, feel free to reach out. Because I know that there are some questions that you may not want answered right now.
We can schedule the closed session for next meeting if we want to talk about the legal stuff.
I have one question about the Cal Recycle grants. Are we able to apply maybe a grant towards getting a site? Because right now we're operating out of the grace of the churches, bless their hearts. But I'm having to turn down material, like we're donating to the Marburg yellow bins right now. There's a bunch of garden waste that we can't fit into our capacity. And so I'm like, how do we get this stuff composted? I mean, do we ask the church for more stalls? Is there any opportunity for maybe IVRPD to have compost stalls at the parks? Is that out of the question? Because I really love this idea where we stay under the 750 footprint that allows us to not require permitting, and yet like have a bunch of these satellite sites so at some point we can say we keep all of our food scraps within the city. Just putting that out there. That was kind of a lot.
That's if we get the community compost designation from Cal Recycle, and then that unlocks that grant. Though what you said is it's not funded this year because the state budget's in the toilet.
They haven't opened they have allocated the money. It's close to like $1 billion, I believe. I don't know how much they have given in previous cycles. And right now the applications are closed. So they will post a notice of availability for when those funds are likely to be dispersed and when you can apply for a grant. So to answer your direct question, I don't know what requirements they put on what the funds can be spent for. I would assume part of that, logically would be space to hold your compost. If we expanded into other community facilities, I don't see an issue as long as we are staying under the total square footage requirements. And I think right now we don't even come close to the composting materials facility that would even require a permit.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll work maybe even with the legislators to see what is help us stay in touch when things open up.
But can we expand under the guidelines from LAFCO? Didn't the municipal services review said that we can stay as we are current, but that if we expand beyond that they might require us to activate the solid waste?
That's maybe what we should talk about it.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. No. It's a fair question, but my answer.
Okay, got it. Okay, got it.
And we cannot charge fees without activating.
I think we need to
Closed session.
Okay. Closed session.
Cool.
All right.
Do that soon.
All
Let's
right.
go. Let's rock.
Healthy conversation, y'all. We have recess on here. Should we still do
It's up to you guys if you want to recess. We have 2 items. One is quicker, one could be quicker than I put on. It's up to you guys how you're feeling.
Keep an hour left. Do we have enough time to do that and close session?
The closed session will be pretty, I mean, right now we have an hour and a half of work left, but I don't know if your goals will take you an hour today, so.
Again, I can make space.
Okay.
Let's keep rolling through this. So it's item 3.8, roundtable on IVCSD 23-24 goals, progress, and draft 24-25 goals.
So I'll stick to working. You guys have seen the progress on the past goals already. They're all in the annual report. So just in the interest of time, I'll move towards the proposed goals for next year. If we don't have enough time, one suggestion I'd make is you could have a board ad hoc committee work with staff to bring these back and develop them more. But it is a different approach this time because usually what we do at the retreats is we just talk about things we want and then we draft goals based on that talk and then we go to the board, review, then bring a final. But today we just used all the talk we've heard since today to make draft goals and with the staff's expertise, and then we can hash these out today and then bring back a more final draft at a future board meeting. So we're saving a step. So I'll just go over the general sense of the goals, and I think some of the discussions today have affected these already too. So they're outdated maybe already, but this is just what we're thinking. For the community spaces, keeping our transferring ownership goal, attention, having a accessible and affordable fee system. If you want to have a goal in the revenue figure or not, I heard today that you guys maybe don't want to have a goal for revenue and more for the values of the system, so we can cut that. Nothing else is really new in the community spaces section because we have just a lot of ongoing projects. The library one, we can make more specific, but I think the general one is good enough. So we just deleted a few that we've accomplished and kept it mostly the same. And we changed the private rental system goal to say having an affordable and accessible rental system. For the compost collective, we've already achieved, the last goal was achieving a 6-week compost cycle. We've done that, so now it's for a longer period of time. Reaching $10,000 in sales as a goal. Establishing the collection fee, that's new or different than before. Another one that I've added is to optimize its operations so that we can operate with the same or lower budget or for the same amount of customers. We've been operating under an old model for the pickup service that I think we can make more efficient. And yeah, that's the new for the compost collective. Under the general operations, I added a new goal, which is to conduct the audit of the utility tax providers so that we can know if we're accurately collecting our tax. And another new goal is to restructure the rental housing mediation program now that we have our mediator retiring and needing to look at a new model for that. And then finally, another new goal in operations, we deleted a few. Another new goal is to have an emergency response plan outlining roles and responsibilities. It's not necessarily an emergency plan for Isla Vista as a whole, because the fire department does that, the police do that, but more of like what does the district do in the case of an emergency? What's our role in that, in defining that? And yeah, we're not in charge of responding to anyways, but we might have a goal. For the community engagement, we made a more specific goal on cliff and balcony safety and continuing to expand that work that we're doing there. Having, again, an emergency response messaging system, but not necessarily, again, what the police or sheriff do, but more of a way for us to get the word out to the community when something happens. Having an interactive digital map of Isla Vista to help promote resources for people, and then creating guidelines for how our community engagement program works, which you heard a lot about at the annual report of like, how do we prioritize and determine what is, pushed out from us internally and externally. Public Works, we also deleted a bunch of goals because we accomplished a bunch, like helping advise the county on their lighting plan, for example, we did. Well, we have this one from last time, solid waste franchise. Maybe we not have that as a goal anymore.
Maybe take out the date.
We were ambitious last year. We were like 3 years we'll get this franchise. So
I mean, my preference after just hearing the last presentation is just to eliminate the goal entirely.
okay. I agree. Yeah, maybe for another time.
Jay.
I think maybe it can be replaced with something about community compost. It sounds like we have the template for a direction that we could go, but we haven't.
We need to think about it more. We have this one is a new goal, which is working with the county on a new ordinance on trash pickup services. So like to your point, Jay, Jenna has been able to work and influence the county to want to update the ordinance, which hasn't been updated in 25 years or more since the 90s. Wow. And so we're going to be working with them on that. It'll be a big project. Probably will take a year, is what they told us. The move out goal is still the same. And then a new goal is launching a tree distribution program to help spread out shade in IB, and something the policy committee is already considering.
Could we just stop for a sec? 5.6 seems like, is it all one thing? I guess it's just a lot of things in one.
Yes, it was how it was written last year.
Oh, got it, okay.
But yeah, I think we moved the district ordinance and public dumping.
Yeah, I see that,
Into
yeah.
there, it was its own goal before.
Got it, okay.
But that's something we've also talked about, and maybe we try to push that to influence the county ordinance now, since that's moving, but it would be a way for us to explore our ordinance making abilities, which are limited, but we've also solved the dumping problem with putting up scary signs that you can't dump. Next is the parking and transportation goals are mostly unchanged, just because we're still in progress on all these. So I don't have anything to add here, because we're still, we're completing these essentially at the beginning of next fiscal year, and then we move into implementation. So I can say complete and begin implementation, but they kind of already say that. So nothing changed here. And then the last one is the public safety goal, which we updated a little bit. We just improved the wording of 7.1, and we made a goal for IV Safe, which is to work on measures to respond to neighborhood quality of life issues in a non-punitive manner. And so that's new, but the others were there before. So we didn't add a lot of new goals. We deleted goals we've accomplished, but we didn't try to add too many new ones just because of our budget situation. I have a new tab on here called funding resources, which will fill in. It's like, how are you going to accomplish all these things? Well, we'll list out on the side the funding and resources available to accomplish them. So I wanted to see just, is this generally like mostly keeping things the same and editing some and then adding a couple others? Is there anything like glaringly missing from our goals of what you guys want to accomplish? And our staff went through this already and made all these edits and changes. So I think this is part of our recommendation as staff.
I just had the thought as the rental housing mediation program of I that it doesn't seem like it's used very much. I mean, to me, it seems like something that Isla Vista needs, but if it's not being used and we have our staff member leaving, maybe we should give it a rest.
So I have two things to say on that. One is, yes, him leaving is a good opportunity, because not that he's bad at his job, he's excellent, but the way it's operated since 2018 is on a mediation only basis. And since it's only one person, you have to be impartial. So if somebody calls for help, he doesn't really give them help. He only offers mediation. And if the other party doesn't want to mediate, then you're at a The new idea that we would do here is having more of an advice arm. And then that's why in the org chart, you saw two mediators. One is an advice person, one is a mediating person, which is what the community actually wants. The community doesn't really want mediation too much. I mean, they do a little bit, but what they want is workshopping advice. I even called a mediator and said, yeah, I have a rental issue I'd like some advice on. And I told him, I'm not going to mediate. Can you just give me advice right now? He said, sure. So he was uncomfortable doing that, and he's not an attorney anymore. His license expired. So the idea is that we would have one person who's an attorney who provides advice to our residents, and then one person who doesn't have to be an attorney, but can be like a trained mediator who does the mediations, because that's more in line with what people want. And there is a lot of demand for getting advice on rental issues. Like just questions like, oh, if I did this and I took these 2 steps, what would be my exposure? What would be my risk with my roommates? So that's a demand. We know that.
And I will also just say, someone mentioned the budget priority survey from last year, and so I went back and looked at just like generally what the results were. Most of the things people wanted were with housing. Of course, like we know there's a housing crisis and issues associated with that people ask for help with, but a lot of people do reach out about that resource, even if they don't use it because of the mediation problem.
Yeah, I think we've been kind of locked in with our current structure. So we have a chance to reimagine things. Actually, back to the original concept, Spencer can chime in. The idea originally was providing education and information. It just kind of went into the direction where they didn't feel comfortable doing that and also being immediate. We'll try in this new model, 2 different people.
Yeah, and I've been mulling around some ideas that I will ask Jamie about offline after talking with the Santa Barbara Tenants Union about our program recently. Because yes, that has been something that was envisioned, and we even did a town hall in 2019, 2018 that I thought was really valuable, just a kind of a know your rights, landlords and tenants responsibilities thing. But I know that, as you said, Jonathan, we had to wrangle our mediator kind of to agree to that in the first place, because it is a weird balancing act that they have to perform in order to continue to hold credibility with tenants and with the landlords, because they need their buy-in to have successful mediations. And it sounds like the biggest strength of the program, the area where has been working more or less well, is with the tenant to tenant and roommate situations, which makes sense to me.
Yeah, and Sydney is very sick and would have been here to talk more about this, and that she's finished the report on going back and looking at the data. So unfortunately, she won't be here today. But also, we haven't had an administrator for this program since 2021. So it's not really gotten its full, potential and attention. Any other goals you guys have you'd like the staff to work on achieving? We're trying to be specific and like more short term.
Can you scroll to 4.1, please? I briefly talked to Sydney about this right before she got sick, so I don't know. Maybe this just isn't updated yet, or if this just isn't the direction we want to go. But here it says like to conduct a brand audit and identify a unified brand for all services and public facing activities and documents. And I think like the path we've kind of been going is developing like a unique brand identity for each program rather than like unifying them all under one look. So I don't know if that needs to be specified in here before this is like approved or not, but I think last year it was, you guys wanted to go more like a unified group, and now it seems like maybe we want to go the opposite direction, but I'm not sure if that's correct. Or if it needs to be specified in this document.
That's up to the board.
To verify I understand, you're saying, because there's the usage of we in various places.
Yeah.
I think what I heard you say is that the board had said that, but staff has decided that that might be a bad idea.
Correct.
In which case, fine.
So, yeah. So I think when I was brought on, it was collectively thought that maybe we should try and unify all the programs under like IVCSD branding. Correct me if I'm wrong. But when I came onto this position, I kind of thought that some of our programs were more successful in the public because they're so recognizable. Like Compost Collective, for example, has such like specific branding separate from IVCSD branding that it's very like recognized in the community. That's just like my theory as to why that is. So I feel like we could, for Ivy Beautiful, I give it like a very specific like logo and branding and make sure all their outward facing material looks very different than IVCSD, so that people can recognize it in the community and say like, okay, this is a program under IVCSD, rather than saying like, wait, is Ivy Beautiful IVCSD? That makes sense, like separating them visually so they can be recognized from the community.
I thought it made sense until I almost felt like I heard a switch, and then I feel like I just misheard something. So so the current staff idea is that it would be better to make it so that people did not look at Atlas to Beautiful and thought it had something to do with IVCSD.
We want the distinction to be more clear. So people a lot of times think Ivy Beautiful is IVCSD, for example. So
It
like,
is,
It is though.
well,
it is.
yeah.
It is.
It is,
There's
yeah.
no-
Well, yeah, correct me if I'm wrong,
You're
but
right. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
but I feel like people have a hard time recognizing like all of our programs and what they are because they don't necessarily have their own like identity. And it's kind of like, you know how this is somewhat of an elementary example, but all the Disney princesses have all their own stories and looks and stuff. Everyone knows it's under Disney. It's kind of like that. Like all of our programs have their own like missions and things that they're focused on, but they're all like part of IVCSD. Kind of. I don't know if that helps.
I think with the best way for us to get our heads around this will be to wait for the staff recommendation of the board to talk about, it,
Okay.
rather than trying to just amend
Yeah.
the
Okay.
goal without knowledge.
Do we
Yeah.
wanna- do we
Because
wanna give
everything
us-
that you're saying makes sense to me,
Uh-huh.
and everything that you're saying makes sense to me.
I haven't even said what I want to say.
Well, I can read your mind.
You can tell I'm like losing my,
I can, yeah, you were
Yeah.
kept looking at me.
I know.
The only reason I brought it up
Biting my
is because I didn't know if this was like the last chance for us to
It's not the last.
recommend
No.
something
No.
to be changed. So that's
Great.
the only reason I brought it up.
But this is the time to have the discussion of what the board wants the goals to be.
yeah, so let me just add, I think that I'm the one that pushed this last year. Yeah, I was, because I think that it's really,
Actually,
the thought,
you should
Oh,
describe, no,
sorry.
you should describe your background for anyone who
Oh.
doesn't remember it.
okay, so some of my background is public information officer at the City of Goleta, where we develop the whole brand, the color scheme, the logos, things that get derived from the logos in different types of programs. So it all ties back to the City of Goleta. So when the City of Goleta was just a city, they had to distinguish themselves between the counties. So it was really important that the city had its own look, had its own colors, had all these different things. So it could be very separate from the county. People really wanted that. And so what I brought up last year is that it's, to me, just me, one person, I thought it's important that people understand what IVCSD is. It's not, because the compost collective has existed on its own for many years, but now it is under an umbrella. And so there has to be a way that the compost collective links back to IVCSD, so people understand the role of IVCSD in the community. And that can be done a lot of different ways, right? That can be done with colors, that can be done with design elements. So there's lots of ways to tie programs back to the IVCSD. So that was kind of some of the thinking. I think there's a lot of room for creativity to meet both goals of wanting to have distinguished programs in the community that have their own identity, but also tie back to the IVCSD. But I would say involve the board, please.
I think Fiona's done a really good job at doing that, like
Yeah.
keeping everything unified, but also just a little bit different.
Yeah.
Cause I totally hear you. That's so true. I do see a lot of value though in knowing that there is an Isla Vista Beautiful program within the CSD rather than like just the CSD is picking up trash and stuff, because I think that it contributes to the culture in general. And that's actually some huge feedback that Kate, she helps me with operations, gave to me, is that when they're tabling, people only know us as IVCSD, which is good on one hand, but on the other, I do think it's super important for everyone to know that there's a beautification effort going on here, and that will hopefully inspire people to do a little bit better and get those values that this program is putting out. So I get it. I think it goes both ways. It's a balancing act. I think Fiona's done a really good job with it.
I do think just like looking at the materials, especially on like the IVCSD Instagram right now, that's what I'm using for basis everything I'm about to say. It seems like there's very much a distinction right now between the compost collective and the community services district. So much that like both logos are being put side by side on advertising materials, which does not happen with any of our other programs. So I do think we should be choosing one way or another in that every program should have its own logo and things like that, because then you look at like the yard sale, which is part of I Love This Beautiful, and only the community services district logo is featured on that advertising material. So I think more than anything, what I would like to see is consistency.
Yeah, you guys need a policy. You need a,
Yeah, and like, I don't wanna say politically, but in a way politically, people need to like CSD.
100%.
Like above all else. It's-
100%.
Yeah, it's our PR first.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You need to think CSD first.
It'd be really
Exactly.
depressing in some sense if people love Ivy Beautiful and then they end up voting against IVCSD
Yeah.
at some point.
Yeah, no,
Exactly. That's exactly it.
That's exactly.
And that was the whole, yeah, I think I was trying to get to the exact same endpoint where
Yeah.
everyone knew that our programs were under IVCSD, but I thought of going about it in the completely opposite route. But again, it's totally up to what the board decides is the best route.
I don't have a problem with the direction that you were going. I mean, I would like to see what the end result of it is, but like I mentioned before, like your reasoning makes sense to me. The Disney Princesses example makes perfect sense to me. It's the parts that make the whole.
Yeah,
And
being able to distinguish and like identify what the parts are, I think is important to understanding the whole.
to understand the whole and to communicating with the public what it is that we do with their money.
Exactly.
There's also something I'll say about the Disney example. So this changes over time. So it's difficult to like compare something from now to like 20 years ago or something. But like if you look at like all of the Disney movies that are within some region of time, if you watch a movie, you can get a feel for, I think that's a Disney movie. Or like you'll watch a movie and you'll be like, this feels like a Pixar movie. And the Pixar things, there's a lot of different like elements that go into, whether it's Cars or the Cars movies or the other ones or the Toy Story movies or anything. But like they're all like, there's a feeling with them that is separate from the feeling of Disney movies. And so that's that and so when like Kirsten's talking about like you have unifying color across everything, or like like the first thing I think it's good with text all the time, unifying fonts across everything. And so something where it's like if I start interacting with a pamphlet from something, I get a feeling that this is from that same government thing that all these other things are from, even if the pamphlet has got this like is only talking about Ivy Beautiful and saying Ivy Beautiful from it, I could still get this feeling that it's
Totally, yeah.
Doesn't that goal still serve what you just said though? Like
Yeah.
that still applies. We're just strengthening the Disney aspect of Ivy Beautiful, so to speak.
I love that.
I mean, I'll tell you guys, like, when I was an associate student, this was a mess. That they became fiefdoms based on their brand. Like people only like this part of AS and then fought against the rest. And we don't want that. Like, we don't want people to identify with only one of our services and not even like be on that team. And like, I think it could become a big problem if we separate it too much. It was a big problem, right? It still probably is.
What I was gonna ask next was how does associated students balance all of their different groups,
They
because
don't.
they do have.
I tried
Poorly.
I created a creative media unit to try to do that, and
Yeah,
I don't know how it went after I left, but
they made the raccoon.
yeah, but no, it
I love the
was a
raccoon.
big problem. It was a big problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 25 organizations. You had the pet one you liked, and the rest of them were equal, whatever, or waste of money, whatever.
I do think like color might be something to explore.
Yeah, color, design elements, that kind of thing. There's things you can do.
In color would be and text and font.
Yeah, I feel confident we've got a lot of brain power
Yeah.
over here that'll give us
She's
something
been
good.
doing amazing.
That was a lot on that one. Anything else? It's good. It's no, it's not a problem. No, it's good. We want to be all on the same page. All understand each other. Any other goals? Because this is what the staff, like I said, it's like that's what we work on. We just work on these goals for the most part and ongoing operations. So.
And on 4.3, I can add a little bit more detail where that's kind of the goal we're using when we start to work on like the lead of Isla Vista.
Might wanna
Cindy
tell
and
people that.
yeah, so it's like the I forget what it stands for, but it's like
Learn, educate, advocate,
and
develop.
develop. Yeah, it's like where you learn about your city and how to get involved in things like that. So we're thinking of doing the same thing, but a smaller, smaller scale for Isla Vista, where people can come and learn about all the different programs that we do and have it be a course. Been talking with Viviana about maybe making it something that people can get class credit for, or maybe it's part of her civic engagement class and we can partner with them on it. But also making it open to the community, having translation and interpretation services available, because that was also something I thought Galita did really well. So that's part of this goal. I think, is it somewhere else too? Is that what you were saying?
No, I was just gonna say this was the one I was gonna raise a question on, like, to support this.
Yeah, this is, when we were talking, this seemed like a good way, because this was an existing goal. I think we just changed the word a little bit. Like I put develop and implement first. It was at the end of like what we were talking about, just to really say like, we want to develop this and implement this in the next year. So that's the goal of that program.
Yeah, there was a goal last year, right?
Yeah.
And 4.4 is 4.4, if there's emergency, how to have continuance of operations for the IVCSD? Or is this more of how do we message to the community? Yeah, but I guess there are two.
Yeah.
Is it messaging to the community?
Proactive.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, the 4.4 after the
other
4.4.
This is like, us setting up something like a Twitter that we get a fast response out.
Oh,
Like,
that's
we're
what I
not
was-
gonna
yeah.
be able to be the main creator of
Right,
information.
Right,
but
right.
People might not follow the sheriff or the
Yes.
fire, but we could reach them because,
Yeah, yeah.
branding, Isla Vista based, people would follow an Isla Vista account more. So that's what that is. It's
Got
us
it.
noticing the public as soon as we get there.
Got it.
I see where I was like, when I read emergency response, I start thinking like, oh, there's a fire inside of this building. How do we continuation of our government meetings, even though there's this building is like, it's like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can work with the language, but it's more like to keep people aware when something happens.
Yeah.
And this is twice in the board goals, I think, talking about an emergency plan. Like there's one, I think, at a higher level where it's creating how we respond in the community and operationally. And then the other one is more so like, or how we respond to the community. So kind of what John was saying, like communicating those important things, the constant contact when there's cliff damage and things like that. And then the other one is talking mainly about operations. Like I think we all started making like a rain operations when it rains, like everything changes for us, but it would be that, but on a more specific scale. For example, like the community center has a whole like plan of operations if the air quality is bad. And so having that all in like one space.
And we're talking to like the Red Cross UCSB group to become like an emergency shelter if people's house becomes unlivable. So it's more like, what is our role in the context of a bigger emergency?
And I would even argue that like Deltopia would probably be something that we have like an emergency response plan for. And that's something I'll chat more about later, but like having that as part of that is chaotic,
Is anyone at the district sit in the EOC during emergencies? Is that you?
No, we're not invited I'm in there's like a regular meetings that
Yeah.
happen and I go to some of them.
Yeah.
So I am invited to those, but
Yeah.
on the day of and those kind of things, we're not asked to be there. We're asked in like the planning aspects. And they talk about it in the meetings we're in, but we're not invited to be there.
So like any other city then? Because the
Yeah.
other cities and the university have a person in the EOC
Yeah.
during emergencies.
Yeah, we can ask to be in there. We're on like when there's calls
Mhm.
on like before the last storm. Like they do invite us when there's planning for an emergency. So we do go to those, but we're not invited in the actual EOC when it's.
The
during
nice thing
emergency.
about that is that if you do have a person in there, you get information quickly, then you can get information out to constituents quickly.
Yeah.
Like via the Twitter or X.
That could be part of our planning
Yeah.
is to get into the room.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Are you referring to the county office of?
Yeah, Emergency Operations Center, the county emergency.
Yeah, we're invited to like the ongoing meetings, but not during an actual.
During an
event.
actual, it's very helpful
Very good,
because if no one from Ivy is in there, then you're relying on the university or sheriff or third district to give information on Ivy.
Yeah. that'll be part of our work
Yeah.
under this goal.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think when's the last time the EOC was activated for something Isla Vista related.
I mean, I think Delta, they have an EOC. We should.
I know the university activates DOC
Yeah.
for Delta.
Yeah, no, everybody
And,
was.
and Holy
yeah.
Does the university have a separate one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just for
I
university.
thought they
related.
joined the one with the county.
Definitely join the county,
And they
but
have
we
a
also
separate-
have our own.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
This is proving the point for why we need.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
stuff
yeah. I
out,
think
yeah.
this is
We
good.
have to think about emergency response more. And it doesn't cost money necessarily too much.
Right.
Okay, anything else on goals?
All right. Let's now move on to our last discussion and action item. 3.9, roundtable on priority projects for the county / IVCSD settlement funds.
Dun, 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 dun.
So we
I'm not
were-
gonna recuse myself, so there.
You don't have to.
I'm not repeating myself.
I don't have to. This doesn't affect my
It's not
job
a decision
one
either.
bit.
So, you guys might know that the county and UCSB settled recently on a lawsuit, and there was $3.7 million for Isla Vista improvements that they both have to mutually agree to spend on improving Isla Vista. Our board leadership met with, and myself met with the equivalents at IVRPD recently, and this came up as a topic that I think we heard about. We got the request from the second district to give us the recommendations like as we were going into the meeting. And then I most recently, like a couple days ago, heard from the second district that the deadline.
Second or third?
Second.
Really?
We're into.
Oh, we're in
Laura.
two now. Sorry, I
Yeah,
said third.
okay.
I'm sorry.
We're used to it. That was 50 years in the third.
Should've
1
corrected
year in
me.
the second. So they just told me a couple days ago that the deadline to submit our ideas is May 3rd. I know.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so rude.
Well, it is what it is, but at least we had talked about it already with IVRPD just right before that as well. So these are some of the ideas that we had come up with as, we don't have dollar signs attached to any of these yet, because, you know, we don't come up with budgets for a lot of these things. But these are the ideas that we came up with. So one, under alternative transportation, I think we said like there could be more things under this depending on how the mobility plan goes and what's recommended, but obviously we're not there yet. But at least one of them was a circulator for Isla Vista, like a small, like a van, golf cart, trolley sort of circulator in IV. Yeah, and so that was one. There used to be one in the 90s in IV. So the other one that we both concurred on pretty strongly was expanding, having the north-south sidewalks implemented and advancing them in priority with the east-west. That's been a district goal for a very long time. Another one was adding a stoplight at Embarcadero Del Mar and Pardal. There's one on Del Norte, not on Del Mar, and get dicey there still. Parking startup funds. We can also prioritize these too. I might recommend we make this one number one, but starting up the parking program, and because that's the goal all three of us are already invested in. The county has paid in, the university's paid in, we paid in. We might all agree on that. Next is public restrooms, specifically this Portland Loo idea that IVRPD has been talking with the county about, but it does cost a good amount of money, especially since a lot of the parks don't have sewage and water.
What is that? I have no idea what that
It's
is.
a type of restroom that like has less maintenance costs and needs, and it's like it's easy to clean, but also
Pretty
you can't
large
OD in
and
it.
safe for like individuals or like a parent and a child or folks with other ability needs.
Or if you OD, it's easy to see if you've fallen,
Oh.
which some, in other big
Yeah.
cities that happens. Lighting in the parks, which the current county lighting money can't be used for. And those are actually some of the biggest dark spots. Like, darkness creates more darkness because it absorbs light. And so some of the parks are very dark, and then they make the street around dark because it absorbs it. And then children's parks. So the IVRPD got a big grant to do improvements in children's park, and some of the sidewalk connections and like just making the road just like fit well with that park. And Camino del Sur is what CDS is. Sorry, I forgot my own acronym, sorry. But that is like making Camino del Sur flow better into Children's Park and kind of have like an impact factor where like you're already fixing Children's Park, you fix the road around it, it looks like extra nice in that area. So those were the ideas that we came up with IVCSD, but wondering if the board has changes or priorities outside of this, moving these up or down. These are not in order. They're just the order we talked about.
So the second district has asked IVCSD and probably IVRPD for priorities for May 2nd.
Yes, they asked us both. I think they're asking other people too. I don't know.
I'd like to bold, underline, highlight parking startup fund. I view this as the most crucial, oh, and italicized, that's great too. I mean, this is crucial. These settlement funds are about the student housing situation. And in the first renderings of the project, when it was Munger, there was no parking that was going to be created as a part of that project. I'm not aware if that has changed with San Benito. I just know from looking at the renderings online that it doesn't appear like there's any parking spaces. But you know, it stands to reason that the problem is going to get worse with the impacts of the new housing coming online. I don't think that's a reason not to do it at all, but it is important, especially since these funds are a result of that settlement. That needs to be, in my mind, the top priority. And my one additional thing that I would put on here is affordable housing, and particularly development of affordable housing, allocating money towards a project. There have been project concepts through the Housing Authority. Oftentimes they're cobbling together so many different sources of money, and so I could foresee a small chip in of that coming from this.
Should we put a small contribution towards affordable housing because people have not covered maybe?
No, oh no, yeah. Totally, yeah. No, I'm thinking more like 500,000. And an idea that I have that I just I don't think that we should recommend this as a part of it, but I think that it would be great at some point for us to consider what our long-term strategy with the Oceanside DP properties are. And you know, seeing $3.7 million, although we're probably not ready to ask for it. You know, the county has contributed seed money to the Save the San Marcos Foothills campaign. That was a large fundraising effort in coordination with the Land Trust to buy and preserve that space. It's now recommended that the county contribute money towards the Save the Carpinteria Bluffs campaign as well. Also something that would need to be done with the Land Trust and the fundraising effort. And, you know, just thinking about our situation, it seems like to me, we've had a lot of discussion about this over the last year. It seems like that is really the only pathway forward for how do we start to unravel the dangerous situation there, is to start buying up the properties and turning them into open space. We already have a good amount of open space over there, but so I don't know if that necessarily gets brought up here, but it's tempting to throw it out there because $3.7 million. I just think that there are more pressing needs.
Sorry.
Say again?
It'll buy a front door or something. I'm sorry, I'm just being obnoxious.
It might buy 1.5.
1.5 parcel, you think? Yeah.
Well, you don't want to do it all at once. Because
No.
you create a
of course
housing
not.
crisis. You got to
Yeah,
do
yeah,
it.
yeah.
You got to do it one at a time.
For like $1.8 million. Do you guys have anything else on the transportation side of things? Because I don't know how much these will add up to. I think the stoplight was like a few $100,000 alone when they did it. Sidewalks also could be in the couple $100,000 range. So this could go quick, for sure, but,
Is the stoplight not funded as a part of the, not step grant,
I
the
don't think-
ATP grant?
I don't know, that's not in the plans. It's just the flashing lights that are,
The beacons,
have
okay.
to block up for the crosswalks.
Well, it seems like based on some of our previous conversations, we value sidewalks, we value lighting.
Yeah. I
Right?
mean, I could
The
say more of
safety.
the lighting, we have the 15 lighting plans now.
Right,
The 250,000 won't hit them all. We could just
Right.
add those in as additional.
And like as cool as alternative transportation IV circulator sounds, I think we have
Yeah.
way bigger priorities in the future.
I hear you.
And also that sounds like something that's gonna have a lot of ongoing costs.
Yeah, I
That's
agree.
that's a good point.
That's a really good point.
That's why I didn't want to recommend the Oceanside DP seed money, because it's a half-baked idea and
Yeah.
it seems like IV circulators as well.
Do you want to remove the circulator?
Yeah, I even passed separately loved the idea of circulator, but I absolutely agree that it's not the right thing for this list.
You
What
guys have an
about,
order?
any are there any, like bicycle improvement projects or?
The ATP
We'll cover
project is
those?
gonna have some,
Okay.
but the thing is, I think we really need to, I hate to say we need to finish the mobility plan. It's like,
Yeah.
it's very tricky to get bicycle infrastructure into IV because of the park. I mean, these two things are
Mhm.
so interrelated. It's hard to say what bicycle improvements could be feasible because of how the roads are and our parking.
What about more, trash cans?
I don't know, I mean, Jenna, do we need how many more trash cans? Like, we already got the
We're
new
good.
ones and the park district got a bunch.
I mean, yeah, we can't really even put them anywhere else
We're
other than
done.
on Pardall, and I think there's plenty on Pardall.
Do you guys have any priorities, like how to order this? I
Can
put parking first.
I understand more about Portland Loo? So is this a proposal to build a bathroom on DP?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's what it is?
Yeah.
And then this is the kind of bathroom that like automatically cleans itself.
Yeah. Or it's easy to clean.
I mean, it feels kind of weird to me to recommend a specific brand of technology, like,
Yeah, I mean, we could put bathrooms on DP.
yeah, that feels
Yeah.
better to me.
That was just like, that's actively being worked on though, this specific project with IVRP and county. So that's why.
You can let them do it. Don't they have a big budget? Just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, IVRP doesn't have.
Well, they don't. Oh, so you should-
I think the
That's a
back of the
priority then.
envelope, Matt, that the Parks Director told us was like 1.4 million for the
For
bathroom.
any bathroom on DP.
Yeah.
Wow. Well. then,
Because
yeah.
there's no lines, you have to build it.
Yeah. Composting toilets, I'm just kidding. That's too utopia. Let's call it.
It is
a day.
utopia?
Can we share some ideas?
Yes.
I mean, some small ideas came to my mind. I don't know if they interest you or not, but maybe like water fountains, or I don't know, UCSD campus, they have like emergency things, right? So
The
maybe
blue
even
lights. Blue lights?
like a button, you can press the
Yeah,
button and it
mhm.
goes. So maybe in like the
That's
more
a good
remote
idea.
areas, like towards the end, or maybe somewhere like
I
if it
think,
fits somewhere like benches or something for people to be able to sit and, actually like enjoy the outside as well, not just the park.
I think that IVRPD mentioned that to me, that they were looking at putting emergency lights and communications in the parks. They
Those
were
costs
looking
are-
into
yeah.
that idea.
Those are like 200 to 300 pounds.
Yeah.
So when I was as president, I tried to do that.
You did.
And the police don't like them too much because they might be abused.
Uh-huh.
That's not a reason not to do them, but they're a few $100,000.
Well, what I remember from talking with UCPD is that they actually almost prefer that people don't use them, because if someone presses a button, they don't know where the call's coming from. But if
Oh.
someone calls on the
They
phone,
want them to call.
then there's the cell phone location and it's easier to get a trace on
Mm.
where it's coming from.
Seems like such a depressingly easy to fix problem. That you push the button and it
I
doesn't
know.
know which button they pushed. Come on.
But there's also the point of like, if you're like being chased by someone, you push a button, then you run
Yeah.
away.
Right. Yep,
Well,
yep.
well, yeah, that was the other thing that they
Right.
mentioned, was that
Yeah.
it's not very
Say that's
practical. So I think we talked about this a couple of years ago with the board, because there were students that were interested in wanting us to help with that.
Right.
But I just, as they push them, they know which way you're going.
I think that circles back to lighting.
Mhm.
Like you give lighting, that makes
Yeah.
it easier for people to like be
Yeah.
aware of what's going on. So if anything, I think we should be bumping the 2 lighting points.
Move lighting up.
Can I understand more too about the children's park sidewalk? What is, maybe just, or a Google map, if you want to show me
I
what we're
don't have,
talking about?
it's, we were looking at physical drawings, but,
I
what it looks
can
like now.
describe
Yeah.
it. So at Children's Park, there's gonna be improvements. When he zooms in, you'll see that the designated crosswalk at the intersection lets the walker off into this bike path street. It doesn't connect directly to a sidewalk. And so it's not ADA friendly. And so it doesn't connect like, it doesn't connect you to the sidewalk directly. It's just not very helpful. It's not, if you see how far away the stop signs are from the crosswalk as well, that's not very safe for the
Yeah.
walker. So I think what they were interested in was like expanding the crosswalk or moving it south
Yeah.
to that park sidewalk
Yeah.
side.
Will connect with the bus stop more
Yes.
and
the bus stop.
flow directly into the park.
Really silly. Yeah, who put it there? That makes no
County.
sense.
Maybe redesign.
Nice.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, and that where it goes into now is supposed to become a bike boulevard under the county's ATP. Yeah, it's supposed to be a bike path.
Yeah, so it'd be like head on.
So it seems like
pedestrian
that's gonna
bicycle
get,
traffic.
that's,
Great.
the cost will be paint
The paint and
and
engineering.
the engineering.
And the ground there is very like not level, not wheel friendly. Yeah.
This is a separate question, and no, that's fine, I won't ask it.
In the lighting priorities, I just also want to mention, I don't know where we're at with like the floodlights on the cliff, but I feel like that should also be some sort of conversation or priority in the lighting, like,
I think they're doing that already.
Are they already
It's
doing
already
it?
in motion.
Okay,
It should
good.
be
so
done.
that was something Caps mentioned at the
Yeah.
IVC
okay, that's what I
meeting.
thought, okay.
Yeah.
Then the other thing I was gonna mention is slipping my mind. Never mind, I'll think of it.
Can we specify that when it says towards affordable housing, I mean towards an affordable housing development in Iowa?
Who would get those funds? Would we keep them? Would we keep that in like a special balance?
County housing.
Yeah, I
Okay.
imagine County Housing
County
Authority
House- oh, yeah.
or another nonprofit developer like People Self-Help.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason that this relates to us is because it's always been, I think, the dream that if there was an affordable housing development, it would also come along with community facilities, whether that's offices for our staff or a new and improved community center.
All right, well, I think we're good, unless you guys have other changes. I think I know what to talk about.
One last thing, and I haven't mentioned this idea yet, so, just want to throw it out there. But when I've been thinking a lot about what we can do for Deltopia to handle the medical emergency better, I had this idea of potentially like turning the community center into like, this is a big idea, a mini hospital, kind of like taking that triage that the county, that the sheriffs did across the street and like putting that all inside somewhere with more beds. And I do think that would be something that'd be more expensive, but we would be able to maybe get more care in Isla Vista. So I just want to throw that out there as like a potential thing that we could do with that money. If they could have some sort of like Deltopia specific medical emergency funding to offset some of the ambulances and stuff that we saw the past year. But very random
I
idea.
don't think we need to use new money on that.
Okay.
That's the kind of thing that would be emergency response they would spend anyways. Like they don't budget for how many cops they're gonna have or firefighters. They just do what needs to be done to solve the emergency. But we should solve the space. We save money because they rent a bunch of tents, and set up a whole tent encampment to house it. So if we open up our space, it would actually save a little bit of effort and time for that.
I think it's an interesting idea and maybe it's a separate thing for us to try to meet with county fire and just talk about how can we be helpful from your perspective? How can we support your efforts?
Yeah.
What are the actual ambulance rides mostly being used for?
They're moved, the ambulances would stop at the blockades and then people would be, the walkers, like the walking teams would go in, grab someone and move them into the ambulance.
But so
From what I
alcohol
observed,
is the
what I-
answer.
yeah.
So, I mean, that's very expensive for them and for the county. Do they need an ambulance or do we have vans?
That's what they ended up resorting to. They were just dumping people into unmarked vans because that's all they had.
Oh my God. It sounds really sketchy, but it's just like, I mean, at the end of the day, you just need to get to the hospital. You don't.
Yeah, no, but they ran out of ambulances at some points and then they just had to use whatever vehicles they had to put people into move them to the emergency.
Like if you don't need stabilization on the way to the hospital, I'm not entirely certain why.
Well, they also said that they put an ER physician in IV.
Yeah,
So
they
at the triage tent, and that actually
Yeah, yeah.
diverted a lot of people from the emergency rooms.
That's great. Yeah, then that's the kind of thing that was
There's like almost
Right, that's why I'm trying to think of like, how can we like double that essentially?
Yeah.
So we don't need
just
eight
kind of leave when you
ambulances
feel-
to take people out.
Yeah.
Because essentially that's what they're doing, they're picking them up and then taking them to the like hospital or the triage until the triage is full.
Okay.
Yeah,
I like your thought process.
You
Not
see what I'm
sure it
saying?
needs
Yeah,
to stay.
another time, another time.
Yeah, let's not get off the agenda too much.
We need to close session.
We're gonna talk about this at the next one.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's it
All right.
for the open session.
All right, y'all. Thank you for that open session. The board will now go into closed session.
Thank you, everybody,
Yeah,
for
thank you,
attending.
guys.
Thank you, team.
Thank you for all your good input.
Thank you, everyone.
Light is blue.
Yes.
So I will be-
Jonathan's in charge of that.
Jonathan's in charge of the light.
Oh, okay.
Let's see what time. We have 9 minutes for closed session.
We're running, we're running out of here as fast as possible.
What do you got?
Don't forget, Kim.
I have, for my epilepsy restoration class, I have to do a site visit with your entire group.
Oh, wow.
It's the only time everyone
No,
is
that's,
available.
yeah.
You gotta go.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We can be pretty quick with this, so.
Honey do doggy.
You wanna turn off the audio?
Yeah, just announce the reason for your closed session first, and then we'll. officially
Do
go.
you want me to do it or?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the board will meet in closed session under item 4.1, public employee dismissal, discipline / release, under government code section 54957 B1.
Thank you.
Sorry, we'll ask your-
Spencer, can you get the door open or is that crazy?
Good luck. All right, let me mute.
I'm sorry, I try and be professional, sort of.
I think we're good now.
Okay. So the board met in closed session on item 4.1. Discussion of employee dismissal or release under Government Code Section 54957B1. Discussion was had, direction given to staff, no reportable action taken.
Thank you. And I'll move on to item 5. The next regular meeting of the Board of Directors will take place on May 14th, 2024, in this room at 6 p.m. and on Zoom. And with that, I will adjourn this meeting.
Thank you.